Vice Chair Johnson, we have not established quorum yet, but you may proceed with receiving reports. Unfortunately, we can't take a motion a second on the report until a quorum is established, but we can hear the report.
Mr. Tahi, we'll go ahead and begin with 5A, report from P&M Resources from the abandonment filing of San Juan Generating Station, the transfer of San Juan Generating Station water infrastructure to the Navajo Gulf Water Supply Project, and P&M merger with Vanguard. Presenters Kathy Newby, Director Tribal Government Liaison, Tom Falgren, Principal Generation Advisor, and Keith City, Senior Manager, Tribal Government Relations, P&M Resources, the presenters here with us this morning. Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and begin the report from P&M. You have 20 minutes with your presentation, starting at 10:28. You may begin.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, and thank you, honorable committee members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity for P&M to present before you today. Yate Abine, Kathy Newby and She, Torichini Mishle, Bilagana Bashichin, Tobahe Doshiche, Bilagana Bashinali, Tohachi Benasha. I'm happy to be here with you. And before we get started, I want to make sure we're also offering the opportunity for our other members to introduce themselves real quick.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. I'm Peter City. I'm from Chupac, Mexico. Not Odine Tachini Michelin, Owansana Bashichin, Torichini Dashache, Jose Tachini Dashanala. Proud to be here today with P&M. I serve as the Senior Tribal Government Relations Manager, and I work out of San Juan Generating Station site out of Waterville, New Mexico. And it's good to see all of you. I at one time did serve in a role as council delegate many years ago, and I also worked for the Office of the Speaker several years back. So it's an honor and privilege to be here and to see a lot of familiar faces here. So thank you and good morning.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mariana Khan, and I just wanted to get on the record that the Title II, Section 183, Paragraph E, with regard to quorums and the ability to hear a report without a quorum, is stated in Title II, Section 183, Paragraph E. And the language there states that quorums shall not be required for the hearing of reports by standing committee. Reports may be accepted by a simple majority of the membership of the standing committee present. Mr. Vice Chair, I just wanted to get that onto the record, and thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Mariana.
Very good. My name is Tom Falgren. I used to be the Vice President of Generation for P&M. I've moved into a kind of a transitional role to retirement, hopefully. So it's Principal Generation Advisor. Used to be the plant manager at the San Juan Generating Station. Glad to be here. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just we'll go to the second slide if we can. Just a summary of who we are. So P&M, you may hear P&M-R, different in PNM, right? PNMR is the holding company, and then there are two main entities under PNMR. One is PNMP, which does, transmission distribution business in Texas, and then PNM. So PNM is the New Mexico part of the utility. See our customer base there, again, about 1,600, a little over 1,600 employees, a little over 500,000 customers, throughout our service area, which is shown on the map there. So, if you look up in the right-hand corner there, again, a mix of our resource, capacities, and obviously you would have seen, much higher coal, and natural gas in that, and our percentage of renewables has been growing and significant. And there, from a capacity standpoint, almost 62% of our capacity is carbon-free already. We should be in the low 70s by, the end of 2024. We're in the middle of the transition. If you go to the second, or the next slide. This just gives you a high-level picture. Again, there's PNMR, so our CEO is still Pat Vincent-Collawn. She's been there for over a decade. We did announce a new president more than a year ago. That's Don Terry. I work for Don. Then we've got the other transmission folks that work for Don, and then our Chief Sustainability Officer, Marine, and then Kathy's group reports up through Marine. That kind of perspective. And Don is PNMR, and then essentially the operating company is Todd, myself, Mike, and then in Marine's group, she's part of the corporate organization as well. So that works out. Okay, yeah. So then again, this is just introducing myself there. Again, I used to be vice president, which oversaw all the wholesale power marketing, purchases, and then delivery of all the generation to our PNM New Mexico facility.
And thank you, committee members. Again, I failed to introduce my title. I am actually the Director of Tribal Government and Customer Engagement for PNM. I have been with the company in basically October, I'll have 20 years with the company. I started actually with APS Four Corners Power Plant, doing a lot of communication and liaison work with the local chapters and internal communication within the plant. I was with APS for 7 years, my last 2 years down in the valley as a manager of community relations in the southeast cities in Phoenix on behalf of the APS before I went to PNM. I'm proud of the work and that our team has done, been able to bring Peanut City on about 4 years ago. And then I also have Travis Suazo, who handles a lot of our Pueblo customer communication that we have closer back to Albuquerque. We work very hard in fostering our trusting relationships to create those types of balanced outcomes with our tribal communities, and work to be one of the leading government relations and advisement teams and investor-owned utilities in the Southwest. And I wanted to point out that although we're very much proud employees of PNM, we pride ourselves in that we're Indigenous first, and that our core values are centered in who we are in our traditions and who we are as Indigenous people. And from those values is how we try to operate every day in working with our tribal leadership. I wanted to go to the next slide, and really wanted just to give you an overview of what our tribal team does. We work as advisors to our senior leadership and to our key impact departments that impact our sovereign nations. There's a number of policy issues that I won't necessarily go through, but one of the ones I did want to point out is that I report up to Maureen Gannon, and Maureen Gannon also oversees lands services and environmental services, and that also includes all of our rights-of-way renewals with sovereign nations. So my team, along with her lands team, work collaboratively, day in and day out on right-to-way negotiations. And, again, we go through, policy, analyzing of legislation, and a lot of internal advocacy on emphasizing, and helping our employees and leaders understand the importance of tribal sovereignty and those relationships that are key to the work that we do. Our focus is 100% of the time related to the 16 of the 23 tribal nations that we work with in New Mexico. Going to the next slide, just very quickly, as you all know, there's 19 Pueblos, the Navajo Nation, and 3 Apache nations in New Mexico. We provide commercial and residential electricity service to 8 Pueblos and the Mescalero Apache tribe. We actually serve their ski resort, but not their community. We listed all of the different tribes that we work with, and then our important stakeholder tribes related to right-of-way easements and facilities on tribal lands are listed, and Navajo Nation is certainly at the forefront of our relations just because of the number of lines and the adjacent to our power facilities. Moving to the next slide, again, just want to make sure that we understand that we have roughly about 26% of all of our total electric transmission lines cross tribal land, and 10% of our PNM electric service territory is also on tribal land. And that's from the get-go, even prior to me joining PNM has always had a commitment to having either a liaison, and since I've been with the company, I've been fortunate to continue to move from a manager up to a director position, and the company really does value the work that we provide for the company. I wanted to highlight, before we got into some of our other issues we're here to talk about, is that we have a negotiated package on the next slide related to rights-of-way with the Navajo Nation. We effectively concluded those rights-of-way negotiations in 2010 for 22 different transmission lines. It went through a very good, equitable negotiation, and we appreciate the Navajo Nation and all the work through that. We currently are working on a settlement with the Navajo Nation Minerals Department on a few different transmission lines related to the Navajo Nation's fractional ownership interest of allotment land. And right now we're working with Rowena's office, the AG's office, and we appreciate all the work that you've done, April, in that capacity. And we continue to work through to get that settlement done. There's a lot of preliminary work that still needs to be done. I wanted to highlight just some of the lines that we have in the map. And one thing I wanted to point out is the blue line is actually not a transmission line. It is the Gallup Navajo Water Supply Pipeline project that we'll talk about, but we did want to highlight that in the map. But we do have some major transmission lines from 345 to 115 and 46 kV lines crossing the Navajo Nation. So I wanted just to highlight that for the committee members. Next, I'd like to go and start talking about the Energy Transition Act, and I'm going to turn that over to Tom.
Sure, thank you. So Energy Transition Landmark legislation, I believe the nation was supportive of that legislation. It was really just to have obviously the transition we're going through is very disruptive, right, in the power industry. But it was tried to provide for the exit of coal plants in particular with least disruption as we could for both utility and local communities and places. So that was kind of the overall anticipation of it. Carbon-free by 2045, PNM has a personal or a corporate goal to be there by 2040. You can see the RPS renewable portfolio standards that are in the presentation. So I think in the interest of time, move to the next slide.
And this was the legislation passed by the New Mexico State Legislature in 2019 that orders us to become carbon-free.
Yeah, thank you. So just quickly on the San Juan Generating Station, again, that plant was, first started construction in the mid-seventies. So it was just short of half a century there. At its heyday, it was 1,800 megawatts of gross capacity, had 9 different owners. That's transitioned down in 2017, again, 2017, to 2 units and 5 owners. And then again, last year, we did close the facility, and we are in the process of demolishing that facility. Again, back 10 years ago, there was probably 400 plus employees at the site, and at the mine, probably 400 employees as well at the site. And at the plant, we've maintained about a 25-27% Navajo employees, and at the mine, it was closer to 50. We're in the process of tearing the units down, so you'll start seeing some of that happen. The stacks will be a notable event that'll probably happen in March or so of next year, March, early April time period. If we want to go to the next slide. This just kind of highlights what the ETA did, particularly for the employees and then the local communities. So there's $20 million set aside for the employees for severance and job training. That wasn't subject to any of the state agencies. And then there was another $20 million was set aside for the state agencies to administer, and those percentages are up there. So you'll see in particular, there's $1.8 million set aside for an Indian Affairs Department. And if we go...
very quickly, as part of this, when we call it an abandonment filing, everything that we do as a company, we're regulated. We're regulated by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, just as APS is regulated by the Arizona Corporation. And so when we file, for any a closure of the plant, it's titled an abandonment filing. So this is part of what we are doing, and this is part of what the ETA provides as part of the filing.
Yeah, abandonment can have a negative term, but please refer to that as the exit.
And
so PNM's exit, either Four Corners or exit of San Juan. So if we go to the next slide, and this just shows so the state Indian Affairs Department did announce allocation of that $1.8 million. So you have those entities listed there for your reference.
And it's important to note that when the ETA was established with this funding, PNM has an arm's length. We don't have any say in that process. It is really decided and funded by the state, along with a local committee of conveners that put forth the funding. So in July of 2023, the Indian Affairs Department announced those entities that you see. And most of them are located all of them are located in the northern Navajo area that were funded through that grant program. And the economic development funding portion of it has still not yet been denounced, and that'll come by the Economic Development Office of the state. They've gone through, as you may know, trying to bring on a new secretary with the governor. So they're a little behind in what they're doing, and all of the funding related to the workforce solutions has also been funded out of funding.
Majority of it.
Majority of it.
Yeah, they just made individual payments to the previous employees, so those affected the jobs. So if we turn to Four Corners, again, the Energy Transition Act did cover the Four Corners. Our plant, just a quick view of the Four Corners plant ownership structure. You can see there. I think we'll go to the next slide. And so, the owners of Four Corners are SRP, APS, Tucson, NTEC, and then PNM. The Arizona and public utilities have seen favorable, very favorable, I would say, response in the regulatory environment for continued investment in Four Corners. PNM being the only utility in New Mexico, we've seen very unfavorable regulatory, approach in New Mexico for our participation on the same basis as the other utilities in Arizona have seen favorable. So, really looking at that, and then also the fact that we did find some alternatives where our customers could save some dollars with our exit. We did go forward with an exit plan, our exit plan out of Four Corners. And I want to put some goalposts around it. When we all sat down as owners, we recognized a few things. One, PNM is a minority owner, so there's not much influence we can have under whether the plant shuts down or not. So that's kind of off the table. And also, we recognized that there was a significant contribution, royalty contribution to the nation. And we wanted to make sure we preserved that to the extent we could, and part of all the discussions we had in on our exit. And also then, obviously, then the economic impact of local community through the jobs, if you would. So what we established with the other owners is PNM's exiting, right? No layoffs, no impact to employees from our exit or any of the seasonal operations that you hear of, no layoffs. So those folks, if they want another job within APS, they have that opportunity. At the mine, promise no layoffs. There may be some attrition that happens, but again, no layoffs in that process. And again, what we established too is the fact that the other owners weren't relieved of their minimum coal take obligations. And so if you don't take, it's a take or pay for coal obligations. So if they don't take it and they proceed with seasonal operation, what you end up having is there would still be royalty payments made to the nation, right, on those. So again, we try to preserve what that royalty payment would be to the nation. And again, didn't just our ability to exit, if you would. We will point out in the Energy Transition Act, the same community support is available through that if and when PNM is able to exit, whether that's before 2031 or in 2031. And those are the numbers that would relatively be applicable there, where there would be about $16.5 million, and again, divided up 1.5 for Indian Affairs, 5 for Economic Development, and 10 for Workforce Solutions, Displaced Work Components. So again, those would be made available at the time that we abandoned, or the time that we exited Four Corners. So if we go the next, so a long, convoluted process for us. Just wanted to kind of give you the highlights, the dates there. Commission did disapprove our exit based on, I would say, some technicalities in the process, which obviously PNM didn't agree with. We went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court upheld their decision. So again, now we're in the position of reviewing with both Tech and the other owners what the next steps in the process would be. But I want to confirm with the committee that those same goalposts that we had about maintaining jobs, maintaining revenue, royalties are still paramount to each of the owners. So we'll still keep those as the fundamental principles that we have.
I want to point out that it really was a culmination of 3 years of work on this abandonment filing. As we were successful in abandoning San Juan, we had issues in abandoning Four Corners Power Plant. And one thing that I want to mention is that in that initial agreement, part of this was also going to move Four Corners to a seasonal operation, but it did not quite impact the revenue to the nation. And so that also created a 25% emission control reduction. And again, this is not just work between the owners and including NTEC. This was consistent updates to the Navajo Nation Resources Committee, sort into the executive branch. We worked very consistently to keep everyone updated on what we were trying to do. And so when it came time to actually file and go through the public hearing with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, the nation, actually, provided their support, on all levels, between the Navajo Nation executive, side, the RDC, the Northern Agency Council, and area chapters. And they've also, made that decision to, provide, testimony in that hearing. So just wanted to make sure that everyone understood, the background on that. So, I don't know if there's questions, but we can move to our next, area. Sure.
So the PRC basically said that you had to demonstrate that you have replacement power for Four Corners. So have you filed a subsequent rate case, and are you trying to, in fact, demonstrate that you do have the replacement power?
Question,
That's fair. I know your legal counsel is here, I just wanna, but if you can't answer, then, or don't wanna answer, that's totally fine.
Yeah, it was a curious thing for us, because when we did the San Juan exit abandonment, the commission themselves separated, bifurcated the abandonment from the replacement resource. And when we did the Palo Verde lease exit, the commission separated the abandonment, said we have to decide the abandonment before we decide the replacement resource. So we were thinking we were following the same lead, and we provided, the modeling that showed there's a whole host of opportunities for replacement resources that would still serve in the benefit of customers. So we see it as a technicality that there may have been other reasons why they wanted to not approve it.
It was a bizarre process,
It
right?
really
They went into
is.
executive session and came out.
Yeah.
So yes, you know, if we were to refile, we would likely refile with replacement resources, identified actual replacement resources and contracts identified. Again, we've got to work through all the parties, we've got to work through, whether that's still in the interest of our customers, you've got a good grasp. We just got to work through the process to see if it all works, and bring a filing forward if we still think it's in the best interest of customers.
So in early July, the Supreme Court, did uphold the commission's decision, and so basically, now we can decide to go back and either file for abandonment again or not. And I think that's what the owners, are currently evaluating is really the next course of action on where to move that.
And then, do you want to cover?
Sure. I just wanted to, I'll just update, I think, many are aware, but we did, PNM worked collaboratively with the nation and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, NTUA, in the transfer of our water infrastructure facilities of the now retired San Juan Generating Station. And this is really, the opportunity, to transfer all of our facilities over to the Gallup Navajo Water Supply Project. And what this really did was avoid the construction of a new water reservoir and infrastructure at the Hogback facility that had not yet been built. And so by transferring it, those facilities, we saved the project approximately around $70 million through this process. And so the key infrastructure that was transferred was the river and lake station property, the reservoir and pipelines, the pump houses, and the diversion facilities on the San Juan River. And as you know, that this helps serve so many of your communities, 43 Navajo chapters, roughly 250,000 people will benefit from this project. As part of the honoring ceremony, the late Honorable Kotaker Frank Chihualeto, the reservoir was named in his name, and we recognized him and his family, during that event. So we worked really hard internally to advocate for this type of transfer to the pipeline project, and so far as we can tell, everything is working out, and just that opportunity to repurpose a facility that has closed down to to an active, essential, water project is, I think is crucial and, ideally just, benefits, everyone in this process. So wanted to make sure we offered that update to the Honorable Committee. We have a couple of other quick outreach programs that we wanted to highlight. And one of them is the PNM Navajo Nation Workforce Scholarship Program. And since it started in 2013, but we have donated and committed roughly $1.5 million since 2013 to Navajo students in full partnership with San Juan College and Navajo Technical University with an MOU with the Navajo Nation. And to date, over 700 Navajo students have received funding through those programs, resulting in 337 Navajo graduates through this program. And it is a program that NTU and San Juan College administer. We set parameters in collaboration with the schools, and understanding that the impacts that could potentially take place. We were just wanting to make sure that our Navajo students in the Four Corners area that have first priority, and once those priorities are taken care of, it expands to other students from other parts of the nation. And just making sure that we had an opportunity for students to pursue new and different careers outside of the carbon field, if you will. So the last program that I know that you all are very much familiar with is our Light Up Navajo program. And since the program's inception, PNM has been a proud supporter of the project. We sent 2 crews in 2023 and electrified 16 homes in our 2 weeks on the nation. And we'll continue to be a part of the NTUA program. I can tell you that it is one of the most emotional and life-changing moments for our crews. Our crews normally go every day and turn on lights or turn off lights in the cities, in the areas we're at. They never have an experience with that customer. When they see the families there, seeing and able to watch them turn the lights on for the first time, it's as I said, life-changing and emotional for all of them. And when we put the word out to our crews for volunteering, they literally line up for that type of opportunity. So we'll continue to advocate and push for PNM's presence in this program. And one thing that I didn't highlight, is we also have an American Indian Engineering Internship Program at PNM. We've had that program since 2010, and we've had roughly 40 American Indian students go through our summer internship program, which is a paid internship. And so far we've had 5 of our engineering students from that program, and 3 of them are Navajo that are fully now employed and engaged with PNM. And one last thing is really the merger of...
Yeah, sorry we didn't put a slide up on that. Again, we feel it's the right mix, the right relationship for us to merge with Avangrid as we look at what the future looks like for New Mexico, our area. We think Avangrid brings a great deal of capital as well as expertise in the transition. So we still strongly think that is the right decision for us all. Where we are in that process is, again, we had to have approval from 7 entities. We got approval quickly from all 6, except for the last one that didn't approve was New Mexico Public Regulatory Commission. Argue about that. And we filed with the Supreme Court on that. We just heard oral arguments at the Supreme Court last Friday. So we're awaiting their decision on whether they're going to remand that or not. Generally, it takes them a couple of months after oral arguments to render a decision. It doesn't have to, and we would hopefully see something earlier, but just managing expectations would be probably before we hear a decision from them. Again, we still think that's the right decision for us. But we'll see what the Supreme Court
And Avangrid is a Connecticut-based company that has a heavy, experience in renewable energy development. And as we look at the ETA and all that we have to do to become carbon-free by 2040, we feel like we need to and want to merge with a company that lends that type of expertise and bottom line, because the investment in the infrastructure to do what we need to do to go into renewables is huge, is large. And so this just helps us with that opportunity for investing in that infrastructure, and that's really the thinking behind that.
Nation's familiar with them because they farm south of Holbrook. Questions on other opportunities. Nations. Partner for us all.
With that, we stand for questions. Appreciate and thank you for the opportunity and the time. I know you're busy, so we appreciate your time.
Thank you to the PNM team. Thank you for your presentation. At this time, my RDC colleagues time to ask questions.
Vice Chair, just have a
Honorable
question.
Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the RDC. You, Mr. Liz, will be here in a couple of minutes here, so. A couple of questions. On your early, termination fee, is payment to pay $75 million exit fee. Is that to Intech or is it to the state?
It was to NCHEC, and really it was to relieve our coal obligations.
So that'll be going to Intech?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and again, that was to have them take our coal obligations, which then help preserve some of that revenue to the.
Now, on that transfer of the 13 ownership by PNM, how much is that going to cost Intech to acquire 13%?
$1.
$1.
Yeah. And then what we agreed to, since, yeah.
I got a dollar.
Did you want to bid on it?
There's a dollar here. I got a dollar.
$1.10.
For a dollar.
$1. Yeah, and PNM retained the decommissioning obligations,
Okay.
decommissioning reclamation obligations that we've always held as well. And so it was maintaining decommissioning, so unlike maybe you had for other plant closures in your region, we took that off the table immediately because it was already an obligation that we held. And so we took the decommissioning, reclamation, continuing obligations, and then we bought out the coal obligations that we had, again, to maintain, royalties, revenues, and transfer basically at $0.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Roll call.
Yes. Well, thank you for the presentation. One of the questions I had is regarding the agreement that you talked about with our Navajo Nation Minerals Department. I know that you mentioned that you're still in negotiations. We have heard from other entities that the process is rather lengthy. So I don't know how many days you've been from start to finish, and you're not even finished yet. If you could just elaborate a little bit on that, and then when you anticipate on getting the completion of the negotiations.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Kathy cover that.
Honorable Delegate, thank you for the question. Yes, it has been a little bit of a lengthy process. We do technically have an agreement in principle, but there is a number of survey issues and other environmental acquisition issues that we're having to continue to work through. And so we cannot put forth the entire package to the nation until some of those are completed. Part of it is and I'm just being, forthright. We're trying to work through that process with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and have had some challenges and hurdles, through that process. But it is very much our priority. We communicate regularly with the Minerals Department, and we're trying to put that forth.
And also to add on that, just again, part of that process, once we have everything complete, all the documentation or if it's just say it's complete, extensive survey, then we'll go through the general land development department for that process. And then, part of our other right-of-ways that we're dealing with would also have to go through the land department. So we understand that there's that administrative process that we will also have to follow.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, we've, gonna go ahead and, call the meeting to order at 11:08, 11:06. Call the meeting to order 11:06. Mr. Ty, roll call vote, please.
So Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navigation Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, September 20th, 2023. Honorable Brendan Jesus, excuse. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Clark.
Shauna Ann Clark, present.
Honorable Shauna Ann Clark is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe. Vice Chair Thompson, you have 4 members available, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting.
At this time, we're gonna move on to invocation. To, ask my honorable RDC colleague if we have a volunteer to provide us the invocation for this morning. Honorable Shauna Claus, thank you.
Koshindo Ashehe Kachi A Citizen B has to be the like Ajada like Kwashamana Kwashayin Yin Joba Anako didn't eat the like Hala A Ko Pisa Case Nahata Nasi Log Adako de Nastasa Yahi Yasat Nahana Nishiso but Habenington don't call the Nihisala so A Benito like Adako has Twitter Sani so A Jobat and Idole A but not and then A B has Idole Adako RDC members which A Benishi so the whole one has Agido Banana Spedi Ido Betchin the Tokep another test Ishi and then so Adako so Adako but the Ahidan Lani is the open on the Chicago. It's open in the it could A B for an A B has the dollars. I don't know the not for some then he so A dollars in general A from dollars. Of course, it could A in $8 dollars. Jonah has clean, so understand. Jonah has clean.
Okay, Honorable Claus, thank you for that beautiful prayer. And at this time, Mr. Ty, are there any announcements?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this will be our last regular meeting or special meeting held in the Navajo Nation Land Department starting fiscal year FY 2024. We will be at the Navajo Division of Transportation. In addition to that, next week on Monday, September 25th and September 26th, Resource and Development Committee will have its strategic session on the committee's priorities, and that will be held in the Window Rock area. The location is still needs to be secure. Then on Wednesday, September 27th, RDC will have its regular meeting at Chistitut chapter out of Vanderwagen, New Mexico. Then on September 28th, RDC will NAVI will have its regular meeting at the Navajo Nation Council Chamber at 10 a.m. Vice Chair Council members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. At this time, I'd like to go now on to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I'd like to go ahead and set up with the, our RDC members here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shauna Ann Claw. I'm the council delegate for Chinle. My clans are Hwasan and Nishlino, Twittich, Bashichin, Kachi, Dashichado, Kiani, Dashnella, Kut Amado Espanishla, and welcome to the RDC meeting. Again.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate, Smith.
Yeah, Dave Bennett. I apologize for being late. I don't mean to be late or anything, but I had a meeting at NICM, $30 million, New Mexico funding for the school that was, ready to be reverted back, and I needed to be there, and was hoping you'd all have a quorum, but when I saw the text messages, I didn't know I could drive 45 minutes, and what usually takes me an hour, so. Owasanan shna or zaid kachin bashish chain sana bihlashe chado kia ani la shamala. A stronger chapters banash nishiki hogback San Juan and Hanzara for Fru and Burnham and Nickum. So yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the RDC, guests, visitors here. Say Dan Simpson this year. Really hanatin ashka. Aro twenty sino simbashe. Nashash das na pesche. So 8 chapters when ashkadida. So na easy. White Rock, Vicente, Lake Valley, Crown Point, Nunchki, and Standing Rock, and yeah, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson, Mr. Ty.
Good morning, Vice Chair Johnson, those present, RDC members, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee in Kiani and Central Canada, originally from Simba, Arizona. Back to you, Vice Chair Johnson.
Morning, everyone. Jay Leonard Moses here. Consider that Nasha Shishlo, Hanarani Bashichi, Nashida State of Topanish Nale. Welcome, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Bennett, Leslie Sosi, Yunashna, Shihi Nashna, Toho Glini, Bashichi, Sanada Divandache, Hoko Fani, Nationale, Setia Yanasha. Welcome to the RDC meeting.
Mariana Khan.
Good morning, one and all, and my name is Mariana Khan, as you have heard. I am with the Office of Legislative Counsel. Jay Torhiad Lini, Mishne, Dahi Bashishin, Ashir, Dashichay, Senator K.A., Dashana, Son Mishne, Aman Mishne, Ado, Masana Mishne, Ado, Ala Mishne.
Mariana April.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable RDC members, everyone else. My name is April Quinn. I'm with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
So we're going to go on to the DIA senior introduction, please.
Good morning. Sorry I was a little bit late this morning. I was waiting for a quorum, but I wanted to be here in person to make sure that I could introduce our team, start off our presentation, and we're ready for it. My name is Greg Mahoja. Good morning to the Vice Chair, honorable members of the RDC, others present in the room and on the Zoom call. Greg Mahoja, Regional Director, Navajo Region DIA.
Yes, hey, Bennett, good morning. Cheryl Curley from the Naval Senator Sonkia Ani Bashin, 40 that's the chief of Tribal Operations Specialist for today. Yeah, good morning.
Ja, det är det sker Western Isles, hello, Kinchi, Ani Bashin, Potsois, Ship, though the net situation. The CPA did the audit for NAPI, here to present that information for an RDU in Phoenix office. Thank you.
Jay Bennett, my name is Samantha Jim. I'm the Legislative Staff Assistant with the Office of the Speaker. Auto Ishlanigi Ea Tanabashina, on the Abashichin, on the National Ashin Dashche. Good morning.
Jag är Benash i Ohio Minister, för det skrivning.
We got also Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. on the call. Introduction.
Honorable Nance, thank you very much. Kudo Arunana Kudo Instigator Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, but I mean, it's a shame that's it. aro tohet leni das shedo as ato etasunale aro nana nagait natus an oljet hosa hodot sakikene panasnes aro nana kato nagait law and order committee as is nanas kain sunago representing our West agency. Aro nana thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels, thank you for your introduction. Let's go ahead and introduce myself. I'm the Vice Chair, Casey Allen Johnson of the Resource and Development Committee. I'm also the Vice Chair of Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And I serve the communities of Cameron, Coal Mine, Tulani Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop. So those are within District 3 and 5 on the west side, the best side. So just wanted to share that with you. Shay, my name Hashkan Hadzo Bashichin, Hana, the check, the nation edition, Pego the nation, the Beda Nasha. So those are my clans and where I'm from. Thank you everybody for being here with us today. It's good to finally see you all in person. At this time, I'd like to give some time to Honorable Curtis Yanito for introduction.
Okay. Yeah, okay, Ben, thanks for your invitation here. And I have a legislation here. My name is Curtis Yanito. I'm with the HES Committee, and I'm from Bluff, Utah, originally. I represent Mexican Water, Red Mesa, Anna, Tina Sponsor, and Sweetwater as the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And last year, we spent for the team, but she's seen kind of stuff, Mr. Chill, so on this and on that. And that'll be my introduction. Yeah.
Honorable Yanito for being here with us today. At this time, we'll move on to number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tyson.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting Wednesday, September 20th, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Nation Land Department and via telecommunications. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation announcement. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. None. Number 5, receiving reports. A, report from PNM Resources on the abandonment filing of San Juan Generating Station, the transfer of San Juan Generating Station water infrastructure to the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, and PNM merger with Anman Grid. B, report from Navajo Agriculture Product Industry on their fiscal year 2023 audit report from NAFI and Navajo Pride LLC executive session. C, report from the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Regional Office on the record of decision for the Navajo Nation Integrated Weed Management Plan to control nonsense weed across the Navajo Nation. D, update report from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on the disconnection and reconnection fee assessed to NTA customers. 6, old business. A, legislation number 0131-23, an act relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operation, and maintenance of SR 168 from Montezuma Creek, Anna, located on Navajo Nation and Trust Land in Anna Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirement of bonds, insurance, and alternative form of security based pursuant to Title 25 Code of the Federal Regulations, Section 169.103, F2. Sponsor, Honorable Curtis Yanito. 7, new business, legislation number 0200-23, an action relating to Resource and Development and Budget Finance Committee, accepting the audit of Chichesta Chapter and approve as the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. Sponsor, Honorable Seth Statement. B, legislation number 0211-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, appointing the Resource and Development Committee representative to the Upstate Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee. Sponsor, Honorable Curtis Yanito. C, approving a final work session with the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources and Chapter Unit and General Land Development Department and Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission on the Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations for final consideration with recommendations from the Resource and Development Committee for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Sahib, for providing the reviewing and approving of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second. Motion by Honorable Claw and second by Honorable Simpson. Do you have any questions, concerns? If not, we can go on to a vote. Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure we can do through the motion here. I'd like to go ahead and, finish the report here, A. And once we accept this, report, A, then I'd like to go to, legislation, under new business, 0211-23, which would be, letter B. I'd like to make that part of the motion, Ada. So we go to, right after the, oh, yeah, I can do that too, but sometimes we just, what I'm saying right now, we do it sometimes, so I'll just go use this, spin forward.
Strike.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Hughes, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, the Vice Chair not voting.
Mr. Ty. So we're gonna go to item 4. None. Went to item 5, receiving report. I'd like to go to the continuation on your report.
We're asking questions.
Yeah.
I know there were some questions, RDC colleagues, you guys have any questions for P&M?
Sure, motion. All motion.
Second. Simpson, okay, any questions regarding the report? Honorable Claw?
So thank you again, and going back to the question I posed regarding the length of time that it takes, I know that we do have BIA here in the room with us, and from what I've heard from other entities, that sometimes, the organizations do have a wait period with BIA as well, and so since they are here, I like to just have them be cognizant of the time frame. And it's very crucial because some of these entities are waiting on the lease, and so that does affect when they're looking for funding investors. And so if they have a expired lease, that affects the company. So going back to that question, I did ask, what was the duration of time that you've been working on this, and then also anticipated time of when you will complete the entire process. Thank you.
Honorable Claw, about P&M, response?
Honorable Vice Chairman, Honorable Claw, in answering the question before, again, I did not intend at all to throw the Bureau under the bus in any way. I think what we're talking about is there is just a question of consent and whether the nation or the Bureau of Indian Affairs has that consent. And we're working through that issue. We're also awaiting environmental review with Navajo Area BIA. So we are working through the process and then also working with the Lands Department of the Navajo Nation to work these through. But we have been working hard and consistent at this, Honorable Claw, and we'll continue to work to get this done and completed.
Thank you, Kathy. Honorable Claw, does that,
Hold on.
okay.
Maybe just a little, we appreciate the frustration. Very involved, and that probably all parties have some frustration in the process as well. So we appreciate we very much appreciate the comment. And we'll take it as offered, so thank you.
Any other RDC colleagues have any questions for P&M? Honorable Simpson?
Just one more question, Mr. Vice Chair, to members of REC, Kahanana.
Sir, so I think, Mr. T can help us with this right here. I'm glad BIA is here on this, transfer of the PNM water infrastructure. We're getting bashed as leaders, accepting this, what people saying this, reservoir is polluted water, contaminated water. So I think, the BIA, Bureau of Reclamation, PNM, needs to educate the people. This is not polluted water, not contaminated water. So as leadership, we're getting bashed for accepting this water here, this reservoir, this infrastructure. So, I think we need your help to educate the people out there that this is clean water. So we're really getting bashed as leadership, and people are already seeing Navajo, gossip, I don't know, we're genetic. People are getting sick from drinking this water. And this water has not even gone out there yet. So there's a lot of things that are being said, and, in Navajo, genetic can go a long ways. So I really, I commend PNM to, transfer this, water infrastructure. I commend PNM, but at the same time, can we really need to educate our Navajo people that this water is clean, not contaminated? So I'd like to request that from PNM, BIA, Bureau of Reclamation, New Navajo Nation itself to educate the people. So, anybody said, Ms. Vice Chair, members of the, RDC, okay?
Honorable Simpson, PNM, your response, please?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the question and the comment, Honorable Delegate Simpson. We have provided some recent outreach as far as the San Juan Generating Station decommissioning, demolition process. That has been part of the conversation as to what you had mentioned. There have been questions about those facilities, and again, we provided a report to District 13 chapters in the Northern Agency, which is Upper Fruitland, Inanza, San Juan, and Osaka, Burnham. This was also done recently. If there was an update report from PNM to the interim legislative committee, I believe it's Water and Resources, Natural Resources Committee. This was back in August of 2023 at San Juan College in Farmington, New Mexico. Can't speak to the Environment Department or EPA within the state of New Mexico, but they did provide some information regarding that, and they indicated that with the transfer and the process of the facilities, all the necessary steps have been taken. The information that's there has been given, but we can continue to conduct the outreach and engagement with the local chapters when those questions arise like that. But again, what's been indicated is that there's no significant issues that from all parties that have been involved to indicate that there would be any concern related to any kind of contamination to the reservoir.
Vice Chairman, delegates, if I could offer additional, I helped negotiate that. And we came to terms really about 4 years ago. And the Bureau's been doing 4 years of due diligence. It had no issues, the dam had no issues. And they did an extensive amount of sampling throughout the lake itself. And if you look at where it is in the process, and again, it speaks to the education we need to do, is it really is not connected to the plant.
Exactly.
It's a one-way flow. So the only thing that happened is water came out of the river and it went to that lake. It didn't go through any of our process, any of our plant operation stuff. And there's no way that the water comes back from the plant to that lake. There's no return at all. So it's a single one-way process, but just speaks to the fact that we need to educate.
Right, sir. Again, thanks, sir. We as leaders, we know that. That's why we accepted to not acquire infrastructure from PNM. We know that, but it's the people that need to be educated, not just the 14 chapters. We're talking about the Navajo people, and we're getting bashed from all, from Navajo, from Arizona, from Utah, and from New Mexico. So they need to be educated that this is safe water. And just like you explained, sir, that needs to be conveyed to our Navajo people.
And if we mix things up of decommissioning this, generating station and putting this, infrastructure in there that has been transferred, it's really not educating people. We really need to, we really just need to concentrate on the water, the infrastructure transfer. So we can really, so our Navajo people can really understand that this is, potable water. Not potable water, but it can become potable water. I think that's what we need to educate people, or Navajo people especially. And I saw the sign already. I saw the sign. That's what, would they see something like that on the sign across from the road leading to the generating station?
Yeah.
Those are the things they believe in.
Private land, yeah.
Yeah.
So those are things that we need to convey, that this will benefit our Navajo down the road, and how the water goes into that reservoir needs to be, people need to be educated to. Anything that this will be a safe water for future potable water. That needs to be conveyed. So again, everything you guys explained, we know. So, Mr. Vice Chair.
Honorable Simpson, got a response? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Delegate Simpson. What we can do is, contact the folks from Bureau of Reclamation and also, I believe it's Navajo Nation Water Management. They've been involved in this process, as, Tom has mentioned, since 2017, conversation began to happen. But I know they had been conducting, intensive or a number of, outreach, I wouldn't call them events, but they've been going out to a number of chapters. What we can do, based on what you had mentioned, is, get with those folks and see what we can do to, maybe have a unified, presentation and inform folks that, these questions have come up, and, ensure that there are no issues related to concern about the water source. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Let's just stop for one more thing. I mean, not everybody believes PNM. But, if there's an opportunity, if you have ideas and if there's key individuals we need to take a tour of or something, let us know that as well, if we can help. We go out and we tell them, but a lot of things they may not believe. Corporations, so they may not take that grain. So if there's other opportunities you see for us to, again, give tours or other things.
Just one more quick part. I'm not putting it all on PNM. That's why we all need to come together for Navajo Nation, Bureau of Reclamation, even BIA, needs to be involved to educate the people that, this is, clean water. It's not contaminated, it's not polluted, so. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I apologize, my brother.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, Chairman Ness.
Thank you, colleagues, Tom, Pete, and Kathy for coming before the committee. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to PNM for assisting my chapters with their student financial assistance and for providing funding for their sports functions as well as science projects and all that they do along the river. So certainly appreciate that, and always there to have a benevolent spirit to donate to the veterans as well as leadership there. So again, colleagues, I believe Bureau of Reclamation probably needs to provide a report on the water line, the Navajo Gallup Water Project. The water that's going to be coming out of San Juan River, right below the Namzao chapter, is pumped out to PNM, and from there, it's going to cut across onto the Navajo Nation, and this is where the Bureau of Reclamation provided reports to the local chapters. I think they also need to provide information that is necessary for where the water line is going to go along the chapters, and let them know that this water is good water, and if there should ever be another Gold King mine spill or similar to it, there would be enough water over there at that pond where we went to at our code talkers. I Chihuahua, reservoir, there would be enough water there to be held up for, I believe it was a month or more than a month. I think things like that, I'm glad, Honorable Simpson brought this up, that what people say to spread bad stuff, information, you know, is not, something that people should listen to. I think they need to hear from the Bureau of Reclamation as well as P&M if they should need to explain where the reservoir is at as well, so people can feel safe about it, because that misinformation can go a long ways and scare people. So just wanted to say that, and just want to say thank you. So, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman Mays. Any of those comments, or?
I think we stand by our comments that we'll work in collaboration with DOR, do that type of outreach. At the end of the day, we want this to definitely be a positive benefit for the Navajo Nation, and we don't want that type of communication taking place. This was really, as Tom said, a culmination of 4 years of work and testing and sampling, and I can tell you that as Director of Tribal Government Relations for PNM, we would never be involved in something that would harm our Navajo people. And so we want to ensure that this is a positive collaboration with the nation and with BLR. So we'll continue to do that. We appreciate that.
Kathy, and at this time, I'd like to turn the gavel over to Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So at this time, RDC members, are there any additional questions? Vice Chair Johnson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Claw, for taking the gavel, and a couple questions. I see that you're the largest energy provider, and you're projected to be all on renewables by the end of this year, 2023?
2040 should be
And then,
carbon-free.
So, I want to thank April for, posing that question earlier about, the replacement tower. And I wrote that down too, like, where are you going to get your power? Say, since you're the largest provider, where are you going to get your power right now?
Yeah, so, Vice Chair, members. Yeah, so typically what we have to do in our regulatory processes is do a competitive bid process. So we look at the resources that may become available, and we issue what's called a request for proposal, an RFP. And then folks will respond to that RFP, and we'll do a selection. That's the typical process we use, because we need to demonstrate to the commission that we chose the lowest cost option for the customers in general, if you would. So again, a lot of those have been near Albuquerque. So if you look across the state of New Mexico in particular, there's fairly good solar resources around Albuquerque, generally across the state, but generally near the Albuquerque area. When you look at wind resources, they're generally concentrated in the east part of the state. So around Clovis kind of area, that area, maybe in the northeast. So a lot of the resources have come from there. Maybe to try to guess the next question would be opportunities for resources on the nation. In our last RFP, we solicited just particularly resources that would be on Navajo lands to try to foster that progress as well. We don't want any group to be left behind when we do the transition, and understanding that this is a transition. There are some difficulties on our system, because when it looks like this whole transition is all about generation, it's really more about transmission than it is generation. There are quite a few limitations on transmission from nation resources back into Albuquerque. So it's been It's been difficult, but I know we're still committed to seeing what we can do to continue to at least provide that in front of the commission, even if it's a higher cost, slightly higher cost, that it's a opportunity to help the nation progress in this transition as well. Hopefully that answers your question.
Follow-up question, Vice Chair?
So, going off of that, I see that you're, you have a couple of transmission lines, right-of-ways going through the Navajo Nation. So I'd like to know what, is that gonna be turned back over to the Navajo Nation on your way out, or, what's the plans for that?
The floor?
That would not be the path we're moving towards. I know that was the path at the Navajo Generating Station. That would not be the path here because we need those lines to serve our customers. So a lot of the replacement resources for San Juan are in the Four Corners area. None of them are on nation lands, but they are within the Central Consolidated School District, if you would. And so I still have to transmit that energy from the Four Corners area back to Albuquerque. So those same lines that were being used for the San Juan station are being used for those resources. And then when we look to exit Four Corners, that's the best opportunity to try to facilitate some kind of resource on the nation to have that corridor that brings that resources back to Albuquerque. So we're planning on using them to serve our customers, so it's not the same situation as you saw at Navajo Generating Station.
Thank you. And follow-up question, Vice Chair?
So these current lines are currently, the power that's being used is coal, right?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So now we're gonna change to a renewable power. So that's a whole different power, from my understanding. So I'd like to ask, our, legal counsel for RDC, is that going to change the right-of-way agreement? Are we gonna have to cancel that and renew it, or?
This is Mariana Khan, and I would like for, my colleague April to answer that question. And there is, as is being pointed out to me by Delegate Nez, there is, in the material, it says, PNM negotiated a right-of-way package with the Navajo Nation in 2010 that includes these power lines and such. April Quinn, who is my colleague, has a greater background in this particular area, and she might not, and this could very well be something that, she will be able to answer or not. And maybe it would be a question for the Court of Justice.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Khan. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Quinn.
Thank you, Delegate Clark. I advised the nation for about almost a decade on Four Corners issues, but I'm actually not familiar with, the terms and conditions for the various rights of way and what happens when, PNM would exit Four Corners power plant. I mean, obviously, they would have to sign the Four Corners lease, but with respect to the rights of way, I don't have enough information about the terms and conditions, so maybe PNM actually has, can weigh in on what happens.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Back to you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you for that. We can recheck the specific language, but I'm almost 100% confident it's not exclusive to coal generation electricity. So it's electricity to serve our customers. If it was to serve wholesale or something else, then there may be an opening there. But generally, it's not prescriptive to its coal generation. It's corridor to serve our customers. And I would say, on all of our transmission lines, it is a combination of all resources anyway. So even though there was a lot of coal resources there in the area, and generally those electrons are moving from here to there, there would have been wind resource. There would have been wind electrons and solar electrons anyway that would have flown up and down the line. So I think that we can recheck, but I'm almost 100% confident it is electricity to serve our customers.
Okay, and follow-up question, Vice Chair?
Yes, I'd like to make a, recommendation to Rachel. We can, take a look at that language again. Legislation and that agreement. Test the power. I know we're gonna be doing a, energy summit here. Elaborate on.
Okay, I'll go ahead and turn it over to,
Honorable Claude,
mhm.
Honorable, Vice Chairman, and again, in general, the right-of-ways are normally, generally based on acreage and width. So in a case where we would want to enhance or move a line from maybe a 115 to a 345 kV, that would generally open up a right-of-way negotiation because it would enhance the acreage. But related to Tom's comments, that's in general fairly accurate because it's more based on acreage that we've negotiated. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Vice Chair, you're good? Follow it. Okay, so before I hand over to gavel, I just want to reiterate that the recommendation is to have Ms. Quinn to take a look at the legislation, and Ms. Quinn, if you can share that with the RDC members, just to identify the types of power, and then also just to ensure that our Vice Chair's questions are answered. So at this time, RDC members, are there any other questions?
So, one question.
Delegate Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you. The other talk, on this, right-of-way interest with Navajo Nation, then PNM negotiated a right-of-way package with the Navajo Nation in 2010. Was that approved by Navajo Nation? Was it?
Honorable Claude, Honorable Simpson, yes.
Okay. Are there other right-of-way renewals being pursued by PNM on Navajo Trust Land?
Yes, and yes.
How long have you been working on this? The reason why I'm saying is yesterday we got a report that some entities are waiting for their package to be go through the whole Navajo Nation system, been waiting for like 3 years. So I'm just wondering how long has you been working with Navajo Nation to renew the rights of way on the transmission lines?
So the overall right-of-way package on trust land with the nation was completed in 2010. What we have currently is some outstanding negotiations related to the nation's ownership of allotments that we're trying to get figured out. Yes. And so we've been through this since pre-pandemic, if you will. And it is it's kind of a difficult negotiation, if you will. It involves in part the allottees that we've been working with, the Navajo's interest. Certainly, having the Bureau come aboard in terms of, you have Eastern Area BIA, you have Navajo Area BIA, and just trying to work through those details, and then, quite frankly, working with the Navajo AG's office in the review of the agreement. We're making progress, better progress than we have been, and but we've just talked with BIA and intend to continue to try to move the issues and get those resolved.
Madam Chair.
Any other questions, RDC members? Okay, if not, I will turn the gavel back over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, since there's no other questions, we'll go to a vote. Sorry, to accept the report.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for receiving reports, item A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Sow, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Sow, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Motion passes, and thank you, P&N team, for providing the report. Go ahead. You guys, have a safe trip. Just off of Mount Stew on the way out.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members, REC, staff, guests. I'd like to motion to suspend the full rule, go straight to new business. Item A, B, and C. Mr. Chair, I was gonna add, old business, but apparently there has some issue with that, so I'll just make that motion to consider new business A, B, and C in the full rule.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Do you have a second?
Second.
Honorable Clough, second. Do you have any questions on the suspension of full rules? If there's no questions, we'll go ahead and move on to a roll call vote. Mr. Tahi, please.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for suspending the floor rules to go to new business. Honorable Shauna N. Clough, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna N. Clough votes green. Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Organize votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Sousa, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Sousa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Sousa votes green. Honorable Otto Shaw, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Shaw, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting on suspending the floor rules and going to new business.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Okay, we move on to item 7, new business, letter A, legislation number 0200-23, an action relating to the Resource Development Budget and Finance Committee accepting the audit of the Chotista chapter and approve the chapter's proposed correction action plan. Sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. Are you present? Is the sponsor present? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and, move on to item B on new business, legislation number 0211-23, an action related to the Resource and Development Committee, appointing the Resource and Development Committee representatives to the Nabakiasi Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee, sponsored Honorable Curtis Nito. Are you present? Okay, we have the, sponsor here with us today. Thank you for being here. Hi, can we go ahead and read this into the record? Thank you.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, you have legislation number tracking sheet 0211-23, date August 23rd, 2023, titled the Resolution and Action Relating to Resource and Development Committee, appointing the Resource and Development Committee representative to the Nabakiasi Committee, Title II Reform Subcommittee. Purpose, this resolution, if approved, appoint 2 delegate members from the Resource and Development Committee to the Nabakiasi Committee, Title II Reform Subcommittee. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, must be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Curtis Unico for tracking number 0211-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, appointing the Resource and Development Committee representative to the Nabakiasi Committee, Title II representative. B, enacted, Section 1, authority. A, the Resource and Development Committee is established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 NC Section 500A. Section 2, findings. A, the Nabakiasi Committee of the Navajo Nation Council established the Nabakiasi Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee through Resolution NABI MY-15-23 on May 20th, 2023. See Exhibit A. B, the Title II Reform Subcommittee is to be composed of 2 members of each Navajo Nation Standing Committee. See Exhibit A, Section 2B. Section 3, appointment of Resource and Development Committee representative to the Nabakiasi Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee. A, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council Nation hereby appoints Honorable Blank and Honorable Blank into the Nabakiasi Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the resolution from the Nabakiasi Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, first year 2023, resolution number NABIMY-15-23. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch, Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0211-23, sponsors Honorable Curtis Unico. This legislation was posted on August 24th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended August 29th, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, That is legislation number 0211-23, read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Ty, for reading that into the record. Okay. We'll go ahead and have the, sponsor, get a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Chairman Nez, and then we got a
Second.
second by, Barr. Okay, thank you. Okay, Honorable, Chris Lito, you got 20 minutes to present your, Honorable Simpson?
Chair, I don't think there's no question, we're just nominating two individuals, so, I don't think the committee will have any questions, so I'd like to make a motion, to amend the legislation to add, Honorable Chairwoman Brenda Seuss and Honorable Delegate Sean Paul, and I believe, our legislative council did send the proposed amendment to the legislation. Page 2, line 5. Okay. So it says page 2, line 5, insert the names of the Resource Development Committee in plain on line 5. Hereby appoint Honorable Delegate Brenda Seuss and Honorable Delegate Sean Paul. Then number 2, renumber or reletter city paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits to this act and exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes and consistent language in the other amendments. Okay, so that'll be my amendment.
Please, thank you, Honorable Simpson. You got a second?
Second.
Chairman Nez, second. Do we have any questions on this? Oh, okay. Mr. Ty, go ahead and read that into the record, please.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 for legislation number 0211-23. Amendment number 1 reads as follows. Page 1, line 5, insert the names of the Resource and Development Committee in blank on line 5. Hereby appoint Honorable Brenda Jesus and Honorable Shauna N. Clark. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and the Office of Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other exhibit. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1, read into the record.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions regarding this amendment? If there's not, we can take it to a roll call vote. Strike. We're going to take it to a roll call vote. There's no questions from the floor.
All right, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Shauna N. Clark, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna N. Clark votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting on amendment number 1.
Okay, back to the debate motion now. Any comments or questions regarding this legislation? If there's no questions or comments, we'll go to move forward to a vote. Sorry?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0211-23. Honorable Shauna N. Clark, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna N. Clark votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. The motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Curtis Benito, for being present for your legislation. Okay, we're going to move on to item C now. Approving a final work session with the Naval Department of Justice, Natural Resources and Chapter Units, General Land Department Development Department and Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission on Navajo Nation Burial Cemetery Regulations for final considerations with recommendations from the Resource and Development Committee for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. Can I get a motion? Motion. Honorable Simpson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second by Honorable Claw. Any questions, comments regarding item C? Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for, 7, new business, item C. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Dolga Ruknes votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Sista, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Sista votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Ty, and thank you, Honorable RDC colleagues. Now, okay. Okay, now we're gonna be moving to item B of receiving reports, item 5. Letter B, report from Navajo Agriculture Product Industry on their fiscal year 2023 audit report for NAPI and Navajo Pride LLC. And this will be an executive session. The presenter will be David Zeller, Chief Executive Officer, Navajo Agriculture Products Industry, and Wesley Ryan Benali, CPA, Principal Audit and Assurance, and Albert Shung, CPA Auditor, Senior Manager, REDW, Advisors, and CPAs. Do we have the sponsors, or the presenters here with us? The presenter is present. Yay. Okay, at this time, we need to go ahead and go to a vote into executive session. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Motion.
Honorable Claw. Second. Second. We got a second. Go into executive session. Okay. Honorable Simpson. How much time is needed? Presenter?
And Brandy Newcomb. I know in the point, I vote yes. I'm not sure. Yeah.
15, 20 minutes?
Honorable Simpson. Hold on.
Mr. Yes. So, Shauna, Mr. Zeller and the Chief Officer.
That's what I was gonna ask her, where they at?
Exactly, that's what I asked them. They're on call. I think she's been here.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, I did inform, Navajo Agriculture Product Industry is that since the nomination has opened up and that all our meetings are back in person, that it is RDC's recommendation is that all presenters be here present. It's also stated on our agenda that indicates that, and it's quote, space at the Navajo Land Department is limited to the Resource Development Committee and staff and presenters. Unfortunately, only one of the presenters is present and the rest are on Zoom. I will leave it up to the discretion of RDC whether or not they want to defer this report to the next RDC meeting or hear it now.
Thank you, Mr. Ty. I would like to go ahead and defer this to the next RDC meeting and have all the presenters be here in person. Can I get a concurrence?
Could we, Chair? Vice Chairman, thank you. Could we, have the motion party withdraw their motions, and then we'll, do that?
Okay.
But in the meantime, what will they, since we're, as a committee, we want to hear from the CEO of NAPI, not just the auditor firm. I think it would be, better to have, Mr. Zella and his staff to be here as well. So we'll go ahead and, defer until the next, and we can go to BIA or, go to lunch.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'll go ahead and go back to the motioning party.
I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion.
Member Fall, the second party. Motion to. Sorry?
So Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, our next RDC meeting is gonna be held at Recess Chapter, which might be difficult to have this done in executive session, so I recommend that this be moved to October 6th during RDC special meeting, right after we come back from Wolf Springs Ranch, facility tour and work session. So this way, when we're at Navajo Division of Transportation, we're able to clear the room, for this executive session.
Did you say October 6th?
October 6th.
Already on.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Ty. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and, defer this to October 6th, RDC, special meeting. We're gonna go to defer this report. All presenters must be here in person. This will be on Friday, October 6th, 2023 at 10 a.m. And this will be at the NDOT conference room. So, we do have a concurrence from the RDC, members. We'll go ahead and move on to item C of the report. The report from the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Regional Office on the record of decisions for the Navajo Nation Integrated Weed Management Plan to control noxious weeds across the Navajo Nation. Presenters, Gregory Mahoja, Regional Director, Navajo Region, Angela Arvizo, Deputy Trust Services, and Tony Robbins, Natural Resource Manager, Western Navajo Agency, U.S. Department of Interior of Indian Affairs, and Mike Colonna, Division Director of Natural Resource. Can I get a motion?
Yeah. 2 minutes.
All right. Do we have? After the report, back to the report, okay. So at this time, do we have all the presenters present and
Yes.
ready to present? Okay, we'll go ahead and, turn the floor over to the BIA team for their presentation. You got 20 minutes, starting now. Always.
Thank you, Vice Chair, honorable delegates, others in the room and on the call. Greg Mahoja, BI Navajo Regional Director. Thank you for having us here today. We're here to present an informational presentation on our plan to deal with noxious and invasive species weeds on the Navajo Nation. As most of you know, the scourge of noxious and invasive weeds, while sounding mundane when you say it out loud, is actually pretty damaging to the nation's land. And it's our job as the BIA, as trustees, to ensure that we mitigate that as much as we can. So today I have with me Tony Robbins, Renee Benally, who's passing out the booklets for you. She's going to be doing our presentation today. We also have Ms. Cheryl Curley, Tribal Government Officer, and Casey Francisco as well, who's helping us with the presentations and the handout. So,
California that Albert could present, but.
So with that, Vice Chair, we're ready to proceed. Let's go. Thank you. Ms. Benally?
So what slide is this one?
Jag är en tjej, Renee Benally, chef, kan en studie, Washington, My name is Renee Nolly. I'm an Natural Resource Specialist. I work at Tuba City Nebraska Natural Resources. What we're presenting today is called the Navajo Nation Integrated Weed Management Plan. So this plan is for the entire Navajo Nation, including Indian allotments. This does not include off-grid tribal, ranches. So what we did is, this is the cover sheet of the plan. So it was finalized in August 22. We also have, booklets, and that's just because the public demanded weed education. So what you have, the booklet here is a weed ID, and then we have a poster here also, and I can explain to you what this poster means, and it's really easy, quick guide, reference for people, and we give 45 species, and then you just look at the chart and say, can I cut it, can I kill it, and then it gives you a chart if it's green, if it's, that'll be effective, if it's red, it's ineffective. So that's what the quick guide does. And then we have a QR code at the end of the poster, which will take you to the project website. So we'll go next one. So presentation overview. What is the integrated weed management plan? Weeds covered by the plan. We'll go through that, treatment methods, and then using the plan to address the weeds. So what is the integrated weed management plan? So that identifies what weeds, noxious weeds to treat, combines various methods to treat them, and also provides education and community involvement to inform projects. Go ahead, next one. What is the noxious weed? So a noxious weed was identified by the federal and state, and it's not native to the United States or Arizona or Navajo Nation. It's invasive, it grows quickly, it reduces the growth of native plants, meaning it's out-competing the native vegetation. And then there's large seeds of available that they produce, like this one right here, Scots thistle, that's in Chantal Wash, and then we have spotted knapweed, which is spotted right here, and then alters the site suitability and resource availability. So now we have a lot of tamarins, Russian olives, Siberian elms inside San Juan River, and then we have camel thorn, Russian knapweed also inside San Juan River. So when you take out weeds, another weeds get replaced. So that's the reason why the last part of that step that says native vegetation, whether it's passive or active restoration, you want to introduce that competition back in there. Next slide. What is the problem with noxious weeds? So over the years, we've learned that it reduced grazing and wildlife forage due to lack of competition. Short-lived plants replace perennial, increase erosion and limit plant growth, harm to livestock, property damage. This is at NHA at Tuba City. Also, some of these, when the animals are inside these Russian olives, some of the thorns from the Russian olive goes inside the eye of the livestock. So we understand that, and then increase in fire risk, right? Shiprock is one of the common places that we always hear about fire. Next. So we had ranked the weeds, the 45 weeds, based on how they exist, their behavior, their biological profile. We have A, B, and C. A being new, like African rue. You can find that along Navajo Bridge, and that was identified by the Navajo Nation botanist. Her name was Daniela Roth, so she brought that to my attention. Tree of Heaven, mainly a Northern Navajo agency. So those are, people plant them, it belongs their houses. Camel, Dalmatian toad flax, that's really pretty, it comes out during Mother's Day, it's all yellow. So we can go on, and next slide. So this is the B category. This is something that is invasive. It's not small, but it's sort of getting to like a medium size. It's not large where it's widespread. So you have camel thorn. And remember, this is ranked for the entire Navajo Nation. It's not site specific. So you might have Tuba City, Chinle, or Benahoto. their high priority weed might be camel thorn. So in this case, we're looking at 17 million acres and figuring out what is the B category. So the camel thorn, which grew, we have, Siberian elm, Russian olive, snapweed, and then camel. So that's in the B category. Next slide. C category, which is, widespread. And that's the one that you probably know is something like, Russian thistle, that's tumbleweed, it's not mossy, it's arnennis. Then you have puncture vine, which goes by bullhead, goathead, that's what they said. So those are some things that, it's widespread, we know that, how do you, prevent them from coming back in? Okay, next one. Control methods. In the plan, we have methods on what's the effectiveness and the potential impacts that we looked at. The main methods we're going to go through in the next couple slides is prevention, early detection, and rapid response. The state does have some funding for some of that as well. Manual, which is something like this, mechanical, cultural, biological, and chemical. Next slide. So here's the first step, prevention and early detection and rapid response. That means prevent new weeds from spreading to save future treatments, category A weeds, and neighboring existing noxious weeds. Could be the state, Colorado, Grand Canyon. Education and monitoring, that's one of the things that we provided the booklet out for, is really educating the public, reaching out to them, reaching out to NDOT, ADOT, UDOT, UNMDOT, and also NTOA, because any land disturbances that happen, that's what we're getting. Like, manual control, what is it? That's like hand pulling, the use of hand tools, good for small areas and remote sites, areas where other methods are restricted. For example, let's say you have a plant here, and you don't know what it is, and then you come to find out it's invasive weed. So you just do pull it, bag it, and then incinerate it, meaning burn it. So you're killing that population already. So that's a lot of people just tell us, we only have one Russian olive tree. One. Now I have 10,000. If I had pulled it just that one day when I identified it on my horse down the canyon, I wouldn't have this issue today. I'm like, that's true. That's where the early detection rapid response comes in. Next one. So mechanical, that includes power tools, heavy equipment like a bulldozer where you can pull it out of the roots, the big trees, mowing, grubbing, chipping, bulldozing, prescribed burning, effective in large areas, and then several measures to protect the human health environment. Next one. This is another control, cultural control that includes agricultural practices, targeted grazing. This is when they munch it down, they won't stress it out. That's another practice that's included in the plan. Native plant restoration, whether it's active or passive, bringing that competition, that's where that comes in. This is where that happened at Porcupine. Limit the growth of noxious weed and use common practices. All of it has a plan on, in-depth plan on how to go about it. Next one. This is the biological control, or tree or it doesn't have from the biological perspective, doesn't have a natural enemy. For cameras, there's 400 and so natural enemies. So what's happened is the U.S. Department of Agricultural, Animal Health, Plant Quarantine Program, they look at these studies with the universities, and the researchers go in there and look at it to see it's damaged, like peaches, corn. But in the one, they narrowed down from 400 all the way down to maybe only 5 that works best in the United States. So after they do that, they approve the organism, and they bring it in, and then they do testing. So they do a history of effective use once that's done, and good for small areas and remote sites, and areas where there's other methods are restricted, like this is chemical, Dalmatian toadflax I was telling you about. And then this is the root weevil for cameras that's inside description homes. This is the root weevil for snapweed. Next one. So this is a chemical, there's 21, herbicides approved for the use in the plan that we looked at the environmental impact statement. And this is something that, we work with our, federal, cooperating agencies. One of them would be ADOT. And ADOT said, we have these herbicides that we use along ADOT roads. We included them. And also, we also talked to, Navigation EPA, US EPA, is talking really fast here. It's effective, cost-effective, direct application broadcast, several restrictions when and where to use it, and then, of course, you're looking at buffer zones and everything like that. It's all in the plan. So, next one. Safety measures. This is something we always, educate, whether it's a contractor or, Jeff Vitetic, you know, from EPA, he comes out and he does inspections, he can cite you, there's a contractor that was cited from Farmington, he sprayed and he had 5,000 on the contract, he got fined 5,000. So, it's always good to make sure you have, you're protecting the public, the workers, and the environment. Develop the plan with the Navigation and other federal agencies and public input, coordination, planning of communities and agencies. Restrictions on where, when, how treatments are to be used. Using the integrated plan. So this is something the chapter always says, can I view this? Can I use this? Can I get some of that money? So, okay, how do I get it? So all projects must consider the following. The location of infestation, so we want to have the area to have the weed map. Naturally present, nearby resources, community concerns about weeds and potential methods of how you're gonna treat it, involvement from the agencies. This helps because of cost share, right? You have Canyon de Chelly, Wapaki, Glen Canyon, you have all these people, you have ADOT, UAM.dot, they have funding that you can cost share, which is really good for BIA because we compete, when it comes to project proposal, we compete with all the other 12 BIA regions. So then, develop a site-specific approach and parameters for each project based on the local concerns and needs. Because the local, they might say, I don't want you guys to be disturbing this area, or this is a sacred area for me, so those we don't need to include because that's internal information. Or they might have a traditional medicine plant that they have here, so we just set buffers in the EA for that. So we're not going to disclose that. And we don't want to get FOIA on that as well. That'll be very tough at the local level. Next one. How to start a project under the plan. Contact, first of all, the local BIA agency, not just we coordinator. We have small projects, treatments recommendations. They can provide that. They can also provide recommendation for large projects. They can also do project planning, project funding, implementation, and monitoring. So that's where the resources can kick in. Required for all projects. Projects using federal resources require planning and coordination. Consultation with EPA, Navigation EPA, Water and Air, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Wildlife and Vegetation, and then Historic Preservation for Cultural Resources. And then locally affected communities also with the chapters. Questions? If you want to learn more about it, download it more, you can go to our project website. We updated that, and then in that website, you will have the final integrated weed management plan, the record of decision, the final programmatic environmental impact statement. I was finished it. My advisor always says, you always do good at these scientific meetings. You want me to go through over the poster?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I did at the Navigation Fair. So this is pretty cool. So we have this on our website. So you can say, okay, where are you from? And what's the common weed they have? Purple flower? Yeah. That's really, there's a lot of purple flowers. Like a sticker, like, okay. Is it camouflage? Okay, all right, let's just say cameras, right? The tree, cameras, all cedar. okay, so you're gonna, if there's a B category, you can go look across and you say, can I cut and mow? It's okay with herbicides. And then you go say, can I grow? It's a green check, so remove the weeds, but make sure you remove the weeds. And then it says, can I till? It says, okay, but you have to repeat. And then, can I hand pull? And it's green, so it's good for seeding when you're pulling them. Herbicide, it says, okay, but the one that's already approved is called imatinib. Isn't that cool? It's already defined. And then the biological control is ineffective. And then the targeted grazing is a traditional from a single area. It's okay, but remove young seedlings. So that's, and then can I burn? And it's ineffective. And then native plant restoration, it says combine with other cultural methods such as mulching, cover crop, fertilization, crop rotation. So it has that in there, and then this is the QR code, and then contact your Knoxville coordinator for more information. So that's how, I saw this at Montana State University Extension. They did it like this, and I'm like, copy and paste it on that. The video that you saw is called Payette. Payette has Kenya which is west of Kienta. That one, we had a grazing management plan with the EA. We had a FONSI back in 2018, and it's about 20-minute video, and that one just talks about, we already removed the weeds, and now we're doing a lot of the restoration where the people had said, these are priority areas that we wanted. It's this. So we have that available. Any questions?
Okay. Still have some time on does anybody else have anything to say? Machine?
Vice Chair?
Mr. Georgia?
Thank you. Renee, where can people get a copy of that poster?
It should be available at our website.
Okay.
They can print it, but, we should have it at every agency. But during the fair, I passed out a lot to the schools, sorry. So we're probably gonna have to order more and then give it to the EIA, that Branch and Mountain Research Agency and stuff.
There's enough for everybody, Renee, I thought.
Oh, yeah, we'll give you one. You can give it to your chapter, or you can give it to your favorite ADOT person. We gave some to them, so we can give you some of these.
Any other? No?
Anything else that I have? Well, we can do, chapter presentations, and that one's gonna be a little bit different presentation, and it's gonna be very detailed on how to apply. And we always get, a letter from central office saying we have funding available, and we solicited for, project proposal every, year, and they're usually due by December, and we like to have, supporting travel resolutions before December. So that gives the BIA coordinator enough time to do the project proposal. And a lot of the legwork is, when you look at the project checklist, which is in the plan, if you download the plan, and when you download the PDF, you can do file search and look up the word project checklist. And then we try to make it really simple. I think it's a one-pager project checklist, and it'll tell you step by step what you need to do.
And your video can be found, the one that you were showing at the fairground. What was that video? Where can we find that again?
You'll have to contact me.
Okay.
They went
You wanna
through
play the video?
If you wanna play the video, I could.
Okay.
It's a while. But I think I can send it to Casey, and he can distribute out to, you? Okay, I just need your email, then I can, distribute that.
Okay, thank you. So does that conclude your presentation, Mariana?
A non-legal question, would you show us where the Scottish thistle is on here? 'Cause that's the one I'm pretty sure.
Madeline?
Yeah.
The Scotch thistle is in the high priority, it will be right here. So you can just go down the line and figure out which one is good. So, you can just go in here and say, okay, this is effective. And that one that's not effective is the one that's in red. Yeah, so when we say integrated, that means we're putting all the tools on the table. We're putting all these tools on the table, made it available for the Navajo Nation. So these are already consulted with all the Navajo Nation programs, and we did a checklist on what needs to be done. And Fish and Wildlife, when it comes to vital control, they want you to consult with them at their level. And we're working closely with the Navajo Nation Soil Water Conservation District, and we provided them a bunch of, I think it's a grazing district, agency supporting resolution, possibly to have, a council delegate sponsor a weed policy. Because from what we have heard through BIA since this was developed, that some of the farmers in Utah, they had a meeting, and the farmers had a bunch of weeds in their farm, and they said, because Utah is a weed-free state, they said, I can't sell my hay, I'm losing money. So the people recommended, take it to Navajo, they don't have a weed-free law. So what do? We buy it, and then we plant it in Canyon de Chelly or wherever. And then we're getting a little bit of backlash again with Grand Canyon National Park, because they're saying whatever we produce upstream on the Colorado Plateau, we're fighting downstream. So we're trying to work at all levels.
And another question, on the categories up there, you have words that are not common understanding, such as the word grubbing. If this information to be distributed to the Navajo population, it would seem like you would need to have, all different words there, grubbing, with grubbing is myself. But anyway, just to make it, understandable to the population you're trying to reach.
Okay, so this is a 10-year living document, we'll consider that, and then maybe we can edit that part, and then, the next one that we issue, we can revise it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and, get to your presentation. Let's go ahead and get a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Chairman Ness, can I get a second?
Second.
O'Clock. Okay, we can ask our green thumb questions now. Any questions? Chairman Ness?
Thank you. When Mr. Mahoja stated noxious weeds, I had to go outside and start sneezing. Along the river, we have a lot of these species of weeds. Aro kaya nasan lagi. I remember that RDC took a trip out to Saget, the west side of Kayenta, and the way that you guys took care of that for that individual, I remember they had an agreement with BIA because of their permittee. What was that agreement? I remember they had to allow this restoration to take place, and they had to, and it was really good because it was like the only area where it was really green there. And could you
Sure.
tell us about that?
So,
Vice Chair?
Chairman Ness, thank you. Will we get a response from the BIA?
Yes, Vice Chair, if I might turn it over to Ms. Benally.
No, you have the floor.
okay, so what happened on that project is that once we had the plan and the EA and the finding of no significant impact issued, we were able to, apply for funding. And in this case, it was with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife had some restoration dollars, and, the only way that these committees could get some of that funding was to, do livestock deferment for 5 years. So that's where the permittee had to, agree to that, and then we had, BIA and Navajo Nation sign it, and then, it went back to Fish and Wildlife, and that's when they said, okay, we'll give you $35,000 for that deferment. And we're trying to work with, USDA and RCS as well to sort of bring them in, but we're getting stuck with control of the land because it's not an approved range unit.
Only, Chairman?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Okay, do we have any other, questions from our RDC, colleagues?
No questions. Just want to say thank you for providing that information. And, for myself, I'm gonna share it with my community because that's really helpful. I also come from Canyon de Chelly area, and we have a lot of the tamarack trees, and I know the Park Service, I had a meeting with Superintendent Lynn Carenza, and she was saying that, you know, for them, they cut the tree, and then they use that other method which you had, which was to kill the roots. So then you put that, I guess the sap or the ointment on the tree so that it doesn't grow. And they eradicated a good part of it right in the entryway into the canyon. And so, you know, there's still some good and bad, because now people are like, well, you guys took out all those trees and then the flood came through and nothing held back the water. So, you know, there's always going to be opposition to everything. But also in our area, we get a lot of the Russian olive. And so I know when we used to have school, Tinley Elementary School used to be at that little roundabout. And they used to have those little, we used to call them hamburgers. I don't know what they were, but those little play areas. And they grew the Russian olives all around there, and then kids would pick those little berries, and they call them monkey eggs, and they would throw it at one another. So it wasn't native to our community, but, you know, they have silly little names. But I'm glad this one, Ms. Benali, you explained it in Navajo, and I think that that's really helpful, especially when it's being invasive to people's homes, their grazing area, and then also their home site. So thank you for that information. So that's all I wanted to say, Vice Chair. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, and I know it's back on the Western, Agency on the Colorado River. I know some, community, agriculture farmers, they want to burn all the salt cedar, and they just want to take a torch and torch it all. So,
That doesn't work.
but I'll defer the request to you. Or Tony. So, and they said that it takes up about 11,000 acre per feet for water, I guess that's in the Colorado River, so.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that put in our water rights this week. But yeah, thank you for your report. If there's no other questions, we can go ahead and, vote on it. Stein?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting report item 5C. Honorable Shawna Inclá, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Inclá votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Delegate Rickles votes green.
Honorable Rick Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sahi. You know, the motion passes. I want to thank our presenters and the DIA for being here with us today. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good to see you all, and I hope to see you all again in the future in person. So thank you.
But Vice Chair, if I might, we're gonna make sure that we provide more of these posters at the next RDC meeting, and we'll see if we can bring some for the full council as well.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item. Okay, at this time, I'd like to go to get a concurrent, take a lunch break. Lunch is not gonna be served, so.
Or we can just, we're almost done. This is the last one.
Just do the last one.
You want to do that?
Let's just do the last one.
Okay, we're gonna go on to, receiving reports on item D. Update report from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, SUA, on the disconnection and reconnection fees assessed to the SUA customers. Presenters is Orlando P., Assistant Controller, and Martin Ashley, Government Liaison, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Are the presenters here with us? Okay, they are present.
That's right there.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, I just want to thank the, NTUA team for being here with us this morning. We're gonna go ahead and have you, start your report at 12:42. You have the floor.
Presentation and Vice Chair, although Resources and Development Committee members, Samiki, Date, Dini, Dode, Chair, Martin Ashley, DS, in Shit, that's what the net, Kachi, in Shit, a Shin, but just Chin, to not Jim, the Shit, that's what it's in, that's another. Go, but, potato, they get out, need to eat, it's in the fine conning, although the large in Kentucky is Nagishi Orlando Pete with the finance office. So I'll do my introduction that way and turn it over to Orlando.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here. I think the last time we met was in June, so it's good to be back. My name's Orlando Pete. I'm from Chinle. My friends are Senji Kinaborn for Tosoni, also Tosoni, and then Tachinis are my knowledge. What we're going to present today is an update on our past due relief program. So it's going to be comprehensive of our past due relief program, our receivables, because it all ties into our disconnections, because you may or may not remember, but NTUA had not been disconnecting for over 3 years. And at the end of 2019, our aging at that time, so our past due amounts, what customers owed us, the combination of residential and commercial customers, that past due amount was around $734,000. So then we moved into 2020, 3 years of disconnection.
No disconnection.
That's correct. And then in July of 2022, we had been keeping an eye on our aging, what customers owed us, and in July of last year is when we made the determination that we needed to resume disconnection. At that time in July, our residential aging, so what residential customers owed us, was $11.4 million. So just the residential customers alone, in the 3-year span, had gotten so elevated that it did require us to revisit what our moratorium, our disconnection policy. So in July of 2022, we began our outreach. We began to notify our customers that disconnections were going to resume in September of 2022. And then shortly before we were going to resume disconnections, we received a call from the then president, Mr. Nez, and he coordinated a call with few stakeholders. We were on the call, NHA was on the call, Department of Social Services. So the outcome of that 2 weeks later is when they identified $10 million that we could use to basically encumber for utility assistance. And that started our past due program, and that's been in play since about mid-November up to now. And we needed to take that approach because of the balance that our customers were paying. For many of these customers, this has been the only resource to pay off their past due balances. There was not a threshold or a limit to what would be to what assistance would be provided. So for context, LIHEAP, LIHWAP will typically max out about $1,000 to about $1,200 per household. So those limits were not in place. We just needed to confirm tribal enrollment, that there was a need, and then we could provide assistance. So that's kind of a little bit of background of where we're at now. We actually resumed disconnections in May of this year. So we had intended September of last year, but because of the program, we were seeing some activity with this. We wanted to provide customers some assistance before we actually resumed disconnections. So that's a little bit of the history before we resumed disconnections in May. So we can go to the next slide. So on this slide here, what you're seeing is just the residential portion of our aging, and this is at the end of August. So on the left, in the upper left-hand corner, we can see that we had just over 39,000 residential customers that carried a balance of 9.9 collectively. On the right side, about 21% of those customers are past due, so 8,324 of those customers carry a balance of $6.5 million. Down below is a breakdown of the past due relief status. To date, what we've received from NHA and assistance, what we've been able to provide to customers is just short of $8.9 million, and that's assisted 593 households. Right now, there is in process with the NHA finance team a little over $1 million in drawdowns. So that's with their finance team for the final step of review. We expect to have that assistance applied to customers by the end of this week. And then there's one smaller batch that we had sent over earlier this week that we hope will get included in the final drawdown. So what we're projecting is easily about 97% utilization of that grant and assistance that went to NQA households. And then you can see a breakdown by agency, the number of applications that we received on the right. We can to the next slide. Our billing cycle is split up into four cycles in a month. So not everyone will get billed on the same day. Historically, this was to help us manage manpower if we had to send meter readers out. We had to split up our billing portions. We have 4 billing cycles. Consequently, we have 4 disconnect cycles. And what we're presenting here is data for 2 cycles of disconnections for September. So as of yesterday, 5% of the remote disconnections that we had performed, 5 of them were still disconnected. As of yesterday, we had received around 79% of the balances due to us. 535 of this had come through our online system. So this is an indication that this is payments that are coming directly from customers, because we would not receive payments through our online payment processor if assistance was granted from, for instance, our own assistance program, from LIHEAP or DES. That would all come from a different channel. So the 535 is a good indication that customers are paying their own balances to get reconnected. We had, as an effort to bring in and complete applications, disconnected 185 incomplete applications. 47 of those were completed, so customers did respond and give us the missing documents. In September, there were 20 new, in response to disconnections, there were 20 new past due relief applications. We can go to the next slide. And on this slide here, this is a breakdown by dollar amount of our past due customers. So this would equal the 8,000 past due customers that we saw on page 2. So, and this breaks it down so what you can see, reading from left to right, customers who owe the highest balance of $2,500 and more are in that first sector. Next is 750, following that 250, and then that final column, the one on the right, is these are past due balances of $250 or less. So you can see the majority of customers who would be subject to disconnect fall within the $250 range. And this has been a significant change, a few months back, where much more, there were many more of our customers in the 2,500 sector. So we're seeing some good trends and returning to a more sustainable state. And we can go to the next slide. And so for comparison, yes.
I had a question on that, the previous slide, just trying to understand the data.
Sure.
Yeah, Mariana, we're going to go ahead and have them finish their presentation, then we can ask questions regarding the presentation.
And on this slide here, what we're seeing is a comparison of our assistance program to Department of Social Services, and also to NHA's Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We have been very successful in managing this program, and you can see by comparison, just the benefit that this has had to our customers. I do want you to note that for Department of Social Services, I get their information on a quarterly basis. So what you're seeing here is only up to June. Unfortunately, the success of our program did come at a cost, because many of our agents, our call agents, who would normally be supporting our call queues, were pulled off in order to process applications, to contact customers, and there was some give and take in order for us to reach what we did. And I don't want to overstate the success of the program without acknowledging that there was some impact to our customer service. We're aware that customers are having a difficult time reaching us in response to disconnections or outages. Part of that problem is because we had to reallocate our resources to manage the program. So we had hired we hired, I think we're close to around 21 agents in our call center now, since the end of, since the fourth quarter in 2022. Unfortunately, though, a majority of their time was spent with application review. they had not gone through our formal contact center training. That training is a 3-week training program, and we do that so that when our agents are on the phone, they're fully equipped, they understand our system, they understand the business, to provide, the best service to our customers. As this has closed, we've begun our training program, so by October 9th, that staff will then be rededicated to managing the call queue. Because we hadn't done disconnections in over 3 years, many of our staff at the districts were new, so there is a little bit of a knowledge gap. Some of them had not experienced any of the disconnection process. I'm aware of 3 instances in particular where we had failed in how we managed the disconnection process. The first was, I think, in the first week of August. The first disconnection in August, which I believe was on the 1st, had overloaded our system, and on that particular day, every customer who was identified for disconnection was disconnected that morning. We've since taken a different approach to spread that out over a series of days so that we're not overloading our system, so that customers are not competing with one another to get through the phone lines or to get to the district office. There was one other instance, again in August, where some of the reconciliation didn't happen in time. So in that case, customers had made a payment, and then the disconnection list was being generated simultaneously, and some of the new payments that came in weren't factored in. And then so there were some customers who were disconnected who shouldn't have been. Recently, 2 weeks ago, I'm aware of about 124 customers who were disconnected, again, similar to that same reconciliation issue, who should not have been disconnected but were. Those customers, though, within the hour were finally, where they were all reconnected within the hour, and there was no fee assessed for them. So let's, and we can move to the next slide, and we'll be prepared for any questions.
That concludes your presentation?
It does.
Thank you. At this time, can I get a motion to accept this report?
I'll motion.
Honorable Quah. Can I go to, can I get a second? Oh, sure. Thank you. At this time, do we have any questions or comments for our presenters of NCUA regarding the reports? Honorable Quah.
Well, thank you to Mr. Ashley and Mr. Pete for the presentation here. I do have a concern, and this is regarding the last statement that you made about the reconciliation, and then also the disconnection. So, and then also with your new portal that you imposed on the customers, I have received a lot of feedback from community members, especially those that are on fixed income, like our elders, regarding the disconnection. So if you could tell us, what is the disconnection fee imposed upon the customers? And then also, I wanted to find out how the customers can go to report or to inquire if they're part of the group that was disconnected, not by their own fault, but, by the glitches of the system. So where would they go to find that out? And then will they be credited for the disconnection fees? So those are some of the questions that I have. So even for myself, I can attest to the glitch. I did make a payment, and then the very next day or the day after, I was disconnected. And so I was like, oh man, I've never been disconnected my whole life until I became a council delegate. So, this is very
Target on you.
So I was like, what did I do wrong? And, I did pay in the portal, but then, I guess it still got disconnected. And I would recommend that portal be user-friendly. At one point, I was able to see my accounts listed all at, in one area. But now you have to type in your account number, your secret code, your last four of your social. No, I'm just kidding. But really, it's that difficult to navigate through that system. And I just think about like our elders who don't have that capability. A lot of them don't have like smartphones. They have those regular phones, and I don't know if they have to install an app just to navigate on the internet. But those are some of the concerns that I have. And then also, I think that NTUA, as far as, that is a lot of money, the $11 million, but I still feel like, as stakeholders, we do have board members from the council, and I don't know if they were made aware of that, because then they could have shared that information to other council delegates to get some recommendations. And then also the disconnect cycles, I think that there needs to be a push for education to our community members. And from the last discussion that we had as a council, we were talking about the programs, the assistant programs for the past due relief. And one of the recommendations I made at that time was to send it out with, the monthly notices, but that never occurred. And then I heard maybe like some advertisement on the radio, but I do think that, I think that we still can do a little bit more as far as sending out information. And even the information on the disconnect. And I know that our vice chair, he got a picture where there was a line of maybe 30 people waiting to get inside the door at NTUA. And I know that, that was his district. And then for Chinle, I know that, there was a long line too. And so, what that is doing is now people have to travel in, because I actually did call the number, the after-hour number, and they said that, people go home at 10, and I know that people do, stay on there, the operators stay on till 10, but, some of the people I think about that may be out all night are the ones on the CPAP machines. We do have people who need those machines. They have also insulin that needs to be refrigerated. So it's just not the electric to their house for, their electronics like TV or, the leisure activities, but also for their medical needs too. And that's my primary concern, is that it's very concerning when elders are shut off. And, and right now it's really difficult because people are trying to make their phone payment, their NTUA payment. So I've even heard from people that, they were only $14 in the red, and they got disconnected, and then they had to add another $30 on top of the $14. So that's why I'm asking the question, what is the disconnection fee that is imposed on people? And I know in Chinle, one area down the valley, it was an actual blackout because everybody along the grid got shut off. And then, of course, we've heard from other colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council who have said, like, they've seen the increase in the amounts that were paid from prior years to where we're at now. But the from NTUA was, well, now we have equipment that is more accurate, that reads like every little thing, like from your phone charger plugged in, to where before it was just the old meters that were probably slow and probably desks were interfering with it. But those are just some of the things that I have questions on. And then also, just thank you for providing us with this information. And then also, what are your plans to remediate some of the problems that we're talking about as far as the disconnection? I know you said you were going to stagger that out over a few days, but what I want to hear is how are you going to be working with families as far as if that was not on their own accord, that mistake was made? Are you going to credit people back, or are you, and then also just thinking about our people that are, not able to get this information. So I just wanted to ask those questions, and I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. Let's go ahead and give it back to NTUA for response.
Thank you. So first, we do not charge a disconnection fee, so there's no fee for disconnection. There is a fee, however, for reconnection, and then so that will only be assessed at the time of reconnection. That amount during business hours is, and this is including taxes, $26.50. After 5 o'clock, there's an after-hour fee, and that totals to $53. And as far as customers finding out if there's a place for customers to find out if they were accidentally disconnected, in those cases, it usually starts with some inquiry or response from either the districts or customers. That is usually the first indication. And when we've gone back to reconcile it, we can identify which customers maybe fell within that group. And in all those cases, the reconnection fees are waived. There have been some cases with the portal where maybe payments were not executed when they were expected. In those cases also, fees are going to be waived if the customers can show us that they did indeed schedule a payment and then it wasn't executed. If a reconnection fee was assessed, we are waiving those fees in those instances where there was a mistake and it has been identified. The portal, we do intend to revisit its functions to make it more user-friendly and also to leverage the self-service options that it can provide. That's not slated, though, until the fourth quarter of this year. But the intention there is again, to promote more of the self-service options so customers aren't having to call in. They're not having to travel to the district to pay a bill or to schedule their reconnection. We do plan to revisit that in the fourth quarter to make the portal, to leverage more of the self-service functions of the portal. And then regarding elders and those with life who might have medical needs, there is an indication in our system that identifies customers who use utility services for medical reasons. It has to be requested from the customer, and often we don't know if a customer does have a CPAP machine or if they're on oxygen or using a refrigeration. We often don't find that out until after they're disconnected. I've been told in the past, and I haven't been able to verify, that in the past, physicians were pretty proactive in letting their patients know that you know, here's your medical condition, let NQA know that you need, utility services to support your medical needs. And in those cases, what would happen is we would, there's a discounted rate that those customers get. There's also an indication that prevents them from disconnection. The disconnection process there is more involved. It requires house visits. It requires a personal interaction. So we're not finding out, though, that these customers would be eligible for that status until after they're disconnected. So there is an opportunity there for us to kind of increase awareness of those programs, which would also tie into, I think, your request for sending out information. Regarding the accuracy and the usage, this is another campaign that I've had in mind, just going through the past due relief program. I think many customers are not aware of how much energy they're actually using. There was a customer I talked to last month, and it's a household of two. He does use a CPAP machine, and he came in to ask, you know, he wanted assistance with his bill. When so we talked through the program, I let him know what assistance was available, but then we looked at his usage, and his usage for 1 month for a household of two, so him and his wife, was just over 1,200 kilowatts. On an average, the average residential household should be using around like 400 kilowatts. So just his household of two was 3 times higher than the average for everyone else. So there has been an increase in the transmission cost, and that's the pass-through cost that goes to the customers. But what many, I think, are not aware of is their own usage. So there is another campaign that I want to begin crafting to try to target that, so that people understand, you know, am I above or below the average? Because through the program, we find out, you know, there's a house of 8. You have 8 working adults. You ask them, you know, questions. They're all home. In other instances, we've had people who've relocated maybe from off the res and now are living on the res. That in itself is going to increase usage. What we found is many people just aren't aware of what their own consumption looks like. So there is an opportunity there, I think, for more education. Yeah, and then just the reconciliation with mistakes. That is ongoing. The 3 instances that I'm most aware of are what I've seen occurring. So it's just, it could be a payment comes in at the time when we are preparing the disconnection list. And the last 2 pages of the handout that we gave will show where customers can view their, you know, the important dates. When we issue an invoice, the due dates are 25 days from that date. So in the example here, we invoiced on June 29th. It'll be the last 2 pages of the handout. So we invoiced on June 29th. 25 days later, the amount is due on July 24th. If we do not receive full payment on July 24th, the following day is when we'll send out the past due notice or the disconnection notice. That customer then gets around 6 or 7 days, depending on the month, on the number of days in the month. Again, to make a payment before that. So in this example, the customer has until July 31st to make that payment. If payment isn't received on July 31st, that's when they are scheduled for disconnection on August 1st, as it shows on the bill, and then also on the past due notices. In speaking with our district staff, many of our customers don't look at the bill. They're starting now, though, to pay attention to those dates. They're asking the cashiers, okay, what dates do I need to pay attention? Like, when do I need to pay my bill? They hadn't had to worry about those dates, you know, for 3 years. So there's a lot of re-education that's happening through this program. I think that covers the responses. Are there
Okay, thank you. Kind of a follow-up question on the call?
Yes. So let's take your statement here as an example. So on here, just a question, because I know this is what people have been saying, is, the due date says, like, July 24, 2023, the amount is $364.07. So prior to this new portal being implemented, let's say they paid $100, but they were kept on the grid, so they weren't disconnected. But now people are paying the $100 and they're still getting disconnected, and they're being assessed their reconnection fee. So is that what's happening now? So even if they pay a partial, they're still going to get disconnected? Can you just confirm that, if I'm understanding that correct?
That's correct. That is correct. Because they're disconnected for the past due portion, and if so, in this example, the customer owes $364, and they pay $100. $100 of that will go to, if you look, there's a balance forward and then a current charges. The $100 will go to your balance forward, so there's still a past due balance of $651 in addition to the current charges. So partial payments do not prevent disconnection. The only way there's a mechanism for that, there are payment arrangements that we offer, and those are also identified in the system. So customers would then agree to, let's say, this $364 amount, they could agree to pay it on a bi-weekly basis or maybe a monthly basis, as long as they're current with that payment arrangement, and they maintain any subsequent invoices. There is an indicator that shows us that they would not be included in a disconnection.
So on the portal, is there a way for individuals to do the payment arrangements?
No, so that is an enhancement that we would like to leverage.
Okay,
with the
so
portal.
that's one of the glitches that I'm talking about. So a lot of the people that have been contacting me are people that are working 8 to 5. So they don't have time to go to NTUA during their work hours and stand in line and wait there. So they rely on the portal. And if your portal is malfunctioning, you're doing a disservice to our Navajo people. If you were to, so that's what I mean. You know, you don't have that feature, but you're penalizing people. And if they're not able to make it at 5 o'clock, that's half of $100 bill that you're imposing on them, $53. That's a lot of money. That could go to a full tank of gas, could go to some groceries for the week, but yet you're not taking that into consideration. So that's my concern, is that before you start imposing those fees, you need to fix your system, because otherwise people can't get in there. I have, school teachers, I have people that work at the IHS that have voiced their concerns, and so that was like one of the reasons why I wanted to ask these questions. So now it is confirmed, even if you make a partial payment, you're still going to get disconnected. And, you know, depending if you get home after 5 o'clock and you start calling, you better have like $53 to cover the remaining $264.80 plus your $53 just to get your light back on, to keep your food from not spoiling. So, you know, this is my concern. And I want to know, you know, what's going to be your plan of your correction plan? You know, how long is it going to take for you to fix this system? By next week? Because, you know, families, they're suffering out there, and we as leadership are hearing that. So if you're not able to fix your system by next week, I think there's still room for maybe reconsideration of not imposing the fees, maybe keeping that at a standard $23, or that would just be my recommendation, but I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Give it back to, NCUA for response.
I can make note of the recommendation. The enhancements that we've identified, cannot happen, in a week. We've not slated to really revisit those until October. But I will make note of the recommendation for the standard fee.
Thank you for your, response. I'll take it over to, Chairman Rick Nez.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, honorable colleagues, and NTUA before us. NTUA has had numerous allocations given to them throughout the years. And currently, you guys have the highest utility rates. You're the only electrical company on the Navajo Nation. And when you have an elderly standing before you crying and saying, I'm a diabetic, I go to dialysis, and after dialysis, I am very, very cold. Even though it's hot outside, I am very cold. And I have to go home and turn on the electric heater. This is what I heard a month ago. What can you do to help me? Because I use the electric heater, my electricity keeps going up, and I don't know where it's at now, maybe 2,000. And then when they turn it off, I don't have access to heat, and I just suffer. For hours, and finally, I come out of it, she said. So I can relate to what she's saying, because when my mom used to go to dialysis, and I could see, she would say, build a fire, and we would turn on the pellet stove for her. Even though it's hot outside, she'd be bundled up. And that's what they experienced, the elderly. And I'm thinking, you know, NTUA being the only utility company, and I told this elderly person she needed help. How can her bills be paid? And I told her about this program with NHA. Go to NTUA, and they should be able to tell you, and perhaps they have documents that you can fill out. Right away, she says, she was complaining about customer service, and I felt really bad for her. That, you know, there was no respect for our elderly, and I don't know where her children are at or anything, but it sounds to me like she's either home alone and her kids are elsewhere living in the city somewhere. And I'm looking at these last two sheets that she gave us. NTUA has a state-of-the-art building right over there at Fort Defiance. That building is almost like a citadel. What out the Nege charging a lot on our people that they built that building on Santa. On the last page, it talks about $25 reconnection fee. I cannot imagine an elderly having health issues, getting their disconnection notices, and then they have to pay a $25 reconnection on top of that. And you guys don't drive over there to reconnect it. You guys do it through this. You guys do that through that. So why $25 just to sit at a computer and say, okay, we're going to reconnect you? That part, you guys need to do away with that $25 reconnection fees, especially for the elderly. It shouldn't be $25 and then 1.5% late fee. That's two there. Now, I'm going to flip back over here, and it says right here, other fees may apply. What does that mean? What other fees do you all add on top of the $25 reconnection fee, the 1.5% late fee, and then other fees may apply? What is this? What is going on at NTUA? This report should be given by the general manager, Mr. Hawes. He should be sitting here. He should be sitting here and listening to us as we speak for our elderly and our Navajo people. It shouldn't be like that. And I'm not saying what Elanson did. Nelanson, that is Twitter Sani. Oh, it's ego illa. Joe Bago on Nashle, on the Chateau Becan Nashle on Nita. I feel really bad for some of these elderly people that are on a fixed income from their retirement. And how do we fix this? What do we do? What needs to be done to help our elderly out there, especially those that have health issues? They put their medicine in the refrigerator, some of them, and then not only does their food go bad when they're disconnected, they have to go look for money somewhere, call their relatives, help them pay for it. How can we fix this? That's an issue before us here. Ashin Vena Shin what you said that Karenda COVID 19 need over Keda Kare out of less that didn't again that but I had your bago che dan and had an hiccup che base of the book. What is what about this? My only question is what do they mean by other fees may apply other than the $25 reconnection fees, the 1.5% late fee, and other fees? I want to know what that is. There should not be any 1.5% late fee. There should not be any reconnection fee, because you guys sit at your computer and make sure that somebody whose electricity was turned off can be turned back on. immediately after they pay online if they do that. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to go ahead and give it back to you, Wade. And before you respond, I just wanted to say that I had a customer actually reach out to me telling me that you need somebody to be home just to see the electricity come back on. And I thought that was ridiculous. And they were working, and somebody had to drive all the way back up, so they needed a relative to be turn it back on. That's my thinking. But go ahead, your response.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for bringing those up. So through this program, it has really made me reevaluate our approach to our community and how we operate business. With the example that you provided, there are some things that are social issues that are outside of our control. I can't control who is or is not at home to support an elderly person. We can't control how or dictate how a person uses their own electricity. More education on having them understand how they use their bill, because there are other resources that, what I didn't hear, and this is kind of the larger scope and part of the challenge for us. You have a constituent that comes to you and asks you for help, and you redirected them to us. There are weatherization programs. I mean, there are very many programs, I think, that customers are just not aware of. We try to educate them to let them know you may be eligible for LIHEAP. You were assisted through our utility assistance program. There is assistance that's available through LIHEAP and LIHWAP. They also provide there are programs within LIHEAP for weatherization. There are some for wood and coal as well. And so there's and we have to be for us to be careful, because we hear these things and we can try to influence what the response is from a larger social level. But specific to utilities and usage, we do charge customers for what they use, and whether they understand how they're using it. We can speak to that to help educate them, but we do have to charge customers for what they use. Regarding the reconnection fees, those are administrative costs, because there is a cost to for our own staff to do the reconciliation, to maintain licenses, to support the software. There's an administrative piece that the reconnection fees cover. Reconnection fees are applied to everyone. We don't select who and who does not get assessed a reconnection fee. It's the same with the late payment fees. Those are assessed to everyone. And regarding your comment about the other fees, sometimes we see tampering. So customers could they could tap into the water line or to the electric line. They could be running extension cords for maybe a Hogan or another trailer. So other fees could encompass like tampering charges. There are fees for water and for gas. We typically disconnect gas. It's the very last utility that we try to disconnect, because it requires us to essentially repressurize those gas systems. And there's a fee for doing that as well. So most of the fees that customers will see are the reconnection fee and the late fee, or the late fee. Other fees include like tampering charges. There could be establishment fees if it's a brand new service. That would also show on the bill. Yeah, so those would be some examples of other fees that you might see on a bill.
I'd like to give the floor to, Speaker Otto.
I do have a follow-up, Vice Chair.
Chairman?
Thank you, Vice Chair, honorable colleagues, NTUA. Mr. Ashley, I know that you, recently got on with NTUA. Colleagues, the concern that I have here is, I believe NTUA is overcharging. There are unnecessary fees that are being applied to some of our people. They shouldn't. And, you know, I just, when our people are in line at NTUA because they were, somehow disconnected, even though they had paid, and it has not shown on their system, and they were disconnected, and they're over there in line wondering what happened to their payment. So they get reconnection fees on top of their bill, 1.5% for late fee. I understand how our people have to have electricity. Just to reconnect $25, that is a lot for someone on a fixed income, especially an elderly. Maybe we need to have another utility company compete with NTUA. Something needs to happen here. Oh, it just feels like our people are being held hostage by this, by these fees. They put up a really nice building, beautiful building, like a castle over there. You walk in, you get a security check. You walk through this thing. That's unnecessary. We don't go through that when we come here. We don't even have one of the council chambers. You don't even have it at the president's office. Utility rates are high. Staff when he changed oversight but harder put it all less but we need to do something here, and we're the oversight as well, although they have a board over there. What is it that we need to do? Thank you for that, and I don't need a response from NTUA.
Thank you, Chairman. This time, I'd like to floor to, Speaker Araso.
Thank you very much. And, I think that, we all know why we brought you in onto that council, and we're trying to get you guys onto the agenda the next day, but it slipped by. At that time, a lot of the Navajo people were in the process of being disconnected, and some were already disconnected, and trying to, get through. One, I guess you guys talked about that issue was that phone number that was provided, didn't work after hours. And they kept calling, and it would immediately hang up on them, or something like that. And it was, and the person would call again, get in line again, and then somehow it shut off again, and they just go around in this musical chair on the calling portion. And then the portal was down. And the timing of the disconnection and with the portal, whether it was too many people on at one time, or whatever the case was, people were trying to get on. And then at the same time, that the old portal, and then I guess there was a conversion going on to the new portal, and this timing effect just did not drive. And sitting here and I was thinking, what are they doing? I have a relative that was shut off, and it was $53.40 some odd cents. It was shut off on, and he was on a trip out of state, and I was checking on the house for him, and walked by one day, and the light went off. What's going on? You know, it turned the faucet on water was on. Okay, you know, pushing it about 6 days ago, that was toward Knoxville, or electric Knoxville. Then he questioned families that were like that. And I called them and said, the electric's off. To make payment, or are you behind? I know that HUA has been talking about shutting off people because of non-payment. What's your bill amount, and where you at? So he was in Montana, and I sent him a text, and later on I called his sister and said, well, we'll pay it through the portal. And his sister couldn't even get through the portal. And finally he got reached a text on $8 to go for what I was shut me off. I said, you know what? I said, this guys made all that meat go away, go bad. I threw out a lot of meat. I said, now there was beyond that question. And that's okay with that. He said, oh, we're okay with it. Right, then, you know, tried to clean out this as much as I could, but, you know, this was a young family that could afford that, but there's families out there that couldn't. Maybe that was their only meat source. And that's the reason why people, when they get electricity, that allows them not to buy meat every day. They buy meat in bulk and things like that. In this case, I think we were shut off. Oh, I said, you know, they even went after a person owing $53 and some odd cents, and they're not even behind. You don't even have a past due amount. And maybe they got you mixed up with what they were doing, or someone may have accidentally pushed a button and so forth. But anyway, but they went through that. And same time, I got calls from my constituents pertaining to that issue. And, I do agree, a lot of the, mechanism of, assistance is the onus on the, individual. And, but, I guess, it's some sort of, education needed to occur to a lot of these people, and I mean, but that shit. And we're out there, that's what's going on. But, you know, TUA, you know, get there in the morning at 8, they're out the door by 5. So then, you know, that's just that little time, and, you know, the, professionals that work during the workday, times may not be able to make it over during the daytime, but, you know, what's generated off of, these, payments to a somewhere customer service should be enhanced. Maybe have a swing shift to be put on, or, you know, break it up into three, maybe allow, someone to man up the phone, maybe from 8 o'clock, you know, provide a swing shift so that they could, cover the early morning hours, because some of them, that's the only time they could conduct business, between 6 and 8. Some of them till after 5. Like right now, this morning, back home, a neighbor, what's up? Cut off, and it was, total amount paid $180. I paid it for his sister. I was turned back on under the new system, but, she's out at work. Farmington. Families out there. We wouldn't have known if, we would have, our sister would go over to, turn off, certain things. And the refrigerator wasn't on, and that's when, you know, all these kids actually, morning, that's what happened. We asked her, I think, a small amount, total came up to about $180 some dollars. She's not paid. So, but what I'm getting to is that a lot of, yes, some sort of outreach really needs to be made to each of the customer process, so that they're more aware of what's going on. You know that if you don't pay your bill, or you have a vehicle, you don't pay your bill, your vehicle can't get repoed. The thing about it is that when you look at these enterprises, bottom line is that enterprises are owned, the sole owner is Navajo people, not the board. NTUA board does not own NTUA, although they're a tribal enterprise. The owner is the Navajo people. You have the board there. And somewhere, that there, the same terms that colleagues talking about, saying, you know, the term that came up with so that's at that's a term to be called at least another another. They have no fear for us. That was the term that was utilized. This is that term I hardly hear those terms today in that overnight, but that term is being used beautifully out there. Is our enterprise getting to that level where they're not scared of the Navajo people. So she not doesn't and I do agree that we need to look at the enabling legislation. That's up on deep cut. We don't need the enterprise to be involved. Enabling legislation has been codified as law, I think Title 15, on deep cut. Let's get the input from the Navajo people. Maybe that's where we can make those changes and bending certain things. What idea? You know, as an enterprise, you're operating off of your own bylaw. There's that corporation that's not that's tied to the government through a board. Well, see, it's only when it comes to wavering, sovereign immunity, and things like that. We solely grant that authorization. Maybe certain things like that we need to track back what we have authorized to do. Maybe let's go and take back some of those things that we gave them freely. And this is like your own children at home. They don't listen to you. What do you do at some point when they don't listen to you? Well, you were just kidding. At some point that's such a name. And I think we're getting there. Every time I go home to in the region, or my the constituency around my region, from this, from that, even a lot of them, they just need more direct information. Already, you guys send them a bill each month. Maybe a brochure mailed to highlight certain things and things like that, so that they understand. And then even on the radio, getting that information out. I do agree that the rates with NTUA is a little bit higher on the electrical portion. APS into the city. I lived in this apartment since 2000, from 2000 year to 1999 to 2014, and the height in the modest season, my electric bill will come up to about $42 to about $48 1 month. When the summertime hits in July and August, this will. Remember, I had my air conditioner running 24 hours a day. And I remember that's what I was worried about when it was the electric bill. What is the electric bill? The electric bill is about $60. And that's why, and at the time, my children shaped. The electric's not knocking in Shiprock. And he was out and he asked, so we helped him get his electric back on Shiprock. And he just asked, he goes, APS. Nice and zinc. Nice and zinc. This is in July too. And then now, it's way cheaper than what we're paying. So I have an electric stove, I have an electric water heater, and you have your one washers running. And I'm not kidding here, because it don't show it's down. So, but what I'm getting to is we got electric turned on, but we automatically thought about different. And, maybe it was just the amount of power that was, how NTUA buys, power from, off the grid from, I think it's, through Wafa, channel through Wafa, and, the hydropower they buy. Maybe it's this because of the green energy portion that puts a little, more, a sense on top of what you buy the kilowatt for through the power purchase agreement, and what third to the customer. I don't know. But, in my community in Chico City, here electric, APS, does not shut off people. I, had an apartment. I went to disconnect my own services, because, I moved out of an apartment. And, they're sending me a check. Oh, you have a credit. And then, $58 I was trying to get. I just do that, save like $20, $30 if I have extra things like that. Time, and it builds up, and at times you get in a bind. How you will go with that? But not all people think that way. Some of them are on a income base, and but it's 9 days. Guarantee you, if I show you if you put my usage rate to the same usage rate to what one of my monthly bill was to a person on the reservation, it would be 9 days. Because I pay less. The last APS bill that came in was about $32. And $50. And yes, APS is probably with their power purchase agreement is probably elsewhere coming in, and they're probably channeling their electricity in through Flagstaff and things like that. But it's on $50. Although NTUA may continue to tell council we are the lowest amount, I think one term that was utilized during COVID was we're the lowest company that applies their rate to electrical customers. The lowest, I remember saying, no, you're not the lowest. Maybe not, sure. If you compare it to an APS user in Chico City, or even on the Hopi Reservation, if they're APS too, 9 days. I don't know about Hemus, Hemus Electric, and you have Continental Divide. Not too sure. We know that they are a co-op, but because you have the base here, have the population base. And that's what Honorable Nez spoke to, is the monopoly. Do we need to start picking out another company, or how can we get NTUA to come back to the table? But Mr. Haas sent you over. It's like, it made me think about when we went to Washington, D.C., we had a meeting with the White House. They send a janitor out to us and tell us, oh, we can't meet with you. That's how I feel today. He should have come over here, or he should have sent, or Rex should have come over. Maybe Rex is on the line. But this business here is the people's business. You can say delegates go by delegates be but we're the voice from the people to the government to the enterprise. a lot of them not saying anything. Okay, we'll just pay it. A lot of them not say that. Just pay the bill and don't leave you alone. A lot of them do that. And some of them may be struggling. I don't know. But that's just something that we carry every day as delegates. Been here, this is my ninth year. And every time I go back, there's something about water, sewer, either about something about electricity. And even for connection of a service that was not in service for many years, maybe the family moved away, and they can jump through hoops again. So, there's a lot more to say, but I respect how, well, I have to think about how the law is put in place right now, how policy that the Tribal Council has approved for NTUA to operate. I have to respect that the way it is right now. But I do see that we need to go back to that enabling legislation to NTUA enterprise. Council authorized NTUA to be an enterprise in 1972. Look at the legislative language at that time. I think we need to bring it out to, how can I say, updated. When you look at NTUA, what were they really established for? I think that's the only way that we will get their attention to come here willingly. Although, as the advisor had to send a letter out, our door is open every day, even at the chambers. And we want that dialogue to be freely. You to come in so we don't have to say, hey, can you come in, can you bring him in, and things like that. We should be coming to the oversight, even to council willingly. So, Speaker, can we get on to the council's report for this and that? Not to say we need to bring NTUA in. We have this update, maybe a quarterly update to the Navajo Nation Council. Maybe could be a part of that. But each region is different for that. Even now, but right now, the law allows you to operate the way you are established. In order to change that and to provide change to what the Navajo people want, I think we need to go back to the enabling legislation. And for sure, we're going to have their attention. They're going to be coming in willingly. What are they going to do to us? What are they going to do to the enterprise? What are they going to do onto this? No. Each and every delegate will be lobbying. Well, if you vote for this is what's going to happen. And the scare tactic is, we're going to pass the cost on to the customer. And somewhere we have to put all of that on the table. And when do we say enough? Enough. Oh, it's out there, shit. And no. Right now, NTUA is not paying a right-of-way fee at the Navajo Nation. Then, all the right-of-way fee is waived. That's the Navajo people, the Nebuchadnezzar. That's their, those not caught. And but yet, maybe we need to just treat everybody equal across the board. That way, it's not overturned, because we could change the to impose a right-of-way fee on all the right-of-ways, whether the right-of-way was imposed in 1971. But what I'm getting to is that think what type of revenue the nation could get off of it. Because right now, the interest of Navajo people is what we have to look at. Or what I shouldn't, I too is disappointed. I'm very disappointed in the enterprise. And if this, well, the frameworkers at the time when the Navajo Nation Council developed the NTUA, is this what they wanted and how NTUA was supposed to operate? What was the main intent of it? And that's my thinking. Topics, and I know we're pressed for time, and I'm very sorry, Shouldn't thank you very much, and turn the floor back over to you.
Chair. Thank you, speakers. So, I'd like to go give the floor to Honorable Quash. Does have a follow-up?
Hey, two questions that I have. As Vice Chair mentioned, I just wanted to ask the question, why do you require people to be home to turn on their electricity? What was the rationale behind that? And then the second question I have is, we do have families that are on solar, and they pay the $80 a month, I believe. So if they don't pay the $80, there's no way to shut off their solar. So are they imposed fees as well, if they don't meet that requirement of paying the $80? So those are my two questions. And then my recommendation, and I would like to present this to Vice Chair Johnson, is to have the NTUA board members do a report to RDC. During that time, the information that I will be requesting is to get the total amount that NTUA receives in reconnection fees, so that we are aware of how much money was generated from reconnection fees. And then also, Shitsui mentioned, to review the enabling legislation of NTUA, so that RDC can go ahead and review that. So with that, Vice Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Mr. Honorable Flaw, thank you for your recommendations for having the NTUA board members report in person. I have also Mr. Haas and Mr. Brett here in person as well, and also the total amount of reconnection fees that was required by NTUA. Also, I'm going to review the enabling legislation for NTUA Enterprise. Thank you. Wouldn't I could give the floor back to NTUA for their response, Speaker Stoles as well as Honorable Flaw.
Makia Sentai, Vice Chair Johnson, thank you for inviting us to present to the Resources and Development Committee. So, Oban Sa Kid Yashnantai, NTU Navajo Tribal Utility Authority is a multi-service utility company, providing electrical services, water, wastewater, natural gas, and then recently kind of getting into renewable energy. And so the whole purpose for NTUA is to provide these services to the community. That's the whole purpose. And it's good, it would be good to revisit the enabling legislation. Yes, I would concur with that. But if you look at a municipality, you know, whether it be Winslow, Holbrook, Flagstaff, Gallup, all these border towns, their areas, just a small area. And if you compare that to the Navajo Nation service area, you see miles and miles and miles of utility lines, whether it be electrical utilities or, you know, water lines, you know, and then even sewer lines. You know, it goes for quite a distance, you know, whereas if you compare that to a municipality, it's all centralized in one location. So those are kind of differences. And then I know that NTUA on their website provides those comparisons too to the rates. And so there it shows, I think the city of Page is one of the few that's lower than NTUA on the electricity side. So that's what it shows. But it'd be nice to perhaps do a comparison, like what Delegate So had mentioned, you know, with the rate, the comparison rates with APS. I think that'd be good to do. And so, you know, sitting here listening to the comments and the questions, you know, that I think that would be a good idea. And then the same way with on the eastern side of the reservation, the other utility companies over there, Continental Electric and Amos Electric, it'd be good to do that comparison. And so, you know, we're told that NTUA is a monopoly, but that monopoly, it's the Navajo Nation's monopoly. Why is it just NTUA? It's the Navajo Nation that created NTUA. And then what would be envisioned to create another utility company? Is it really gonna, you know, I think those got to be looked at. So I think it's a good idea. Again, it's a good idea to relook at that and see the purpose why NTUA was created, and then go from there. And so I just want to make that comparison between like the municipalities and their rates compared to the Navajo Tribal Utility rates that we have. Out of the other part is like it seems like the way that the explanation is being provided, maybe Orlando can clarify, is that the rates have been the same for a number of years. The electric rates have been the same for, I think the last time that it was increased was 2008 or thereabouts. But what's causing the higher bill amount is that the purchase of this electricity from, you know, the grid. NTUA has to purchase it, and it's just like us going to purchasing gas. That gas price is not staying the same level. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. So that's same with the electrical power that NTUA purchases. That goes up and down. So recently, it's been higher than in the past, and that has to be passed on to the consumers. So just a few responses along that line. So then with that, I'll turn it over to Orlando on some of the other questions that were posed.
Yeah, and then to add on to the comparison, it would be, and you'll have to be careful if you're comparing two bills, because we've had this done in the past where customers would compare the NTUA bill, like what they're paying, against another utility provider. Sometimes what they don't factor in, though, is they're comparing one utility service where we might be comparing three. So if you're going to do the comparison, just make sure that you're comparing like usage and just the same utility. Some of the other factors that affect utility rates is service area. So we cover roughly 27,000 square miles. So that's about the size, think, of West Virginia. So it's very large. That also means that if we respond to outages or if we have to respond to reconnections or manual disconnections, that cost to pay wind chill time for a person who might live 2 hours from the district, that also gets factored into these rates. So it's much more expensive to maintain, an infrastructure on a rural basis. The other thing that factors into that is most of those cities have a larger concentration of commercial customers. They may have more commercial customers than residential customers. It's the opposite for us. A majority of our customers are residential customers. So where you could leverage like commercial rates, we can't really tap into that resource like what the urban areas could. But to respond to the two questions about being home, there are two reasons that I'm aware of. One of them that I've heard stated is for safety, like if there are appliances on and no one's home, power tools. I've heard that is a concern. Also, when we do the reconnection with the reconnection tool, sometimes the status that it gives us will not confirm that it's reconnected. I want to say maybe like 8, 9, 10 times out of 10 it will successfully reconnect, but sometimes it'll give us a failed status, and so we can't tell on our end if service has been reconnected or not. And those would be the two instances where we would prefer that someone be at home. And with the PVs, it does require a manual disconnection, and I believe what happens there is that the batteries from those PV units are removed. So they are still subject to the past due notices and then a reconnection fee as well.
Okay, thank you. Got a follow-up with Speaker also?
Just to shed some light to the differences, and you're right. If you look at other companies from electric to electric, looking at the two. There was a legislation that the 23rd Council approved for NTUA. I don't remember what legislation that was, but NTUA acquired a new service area in Ennis or in Montezuma Creek area. And there was a 9-day scenario again. But the customers were paying under Rocky Mountain, and when NTUA came in, it's different. And then that's what I'm getting to. And I remember David Stroford, former delegate, he was the sponsor of that legislation. And in that particular legislation, there was a portion of the code that came up that spoke to a commission. The nation, sort of, but the nation gave the authority to NTUA to exercise that itself. And I don't know how NTUA is making that determination under rates. As it was alluded to, is that in 2008 was the last rate increase that happened. And I think that that really needs to be brought out to council on what basis does we utilize to determine and to make these rate determination while you have your nearby utility companies purchasing it at a certain rate and things like that, or is it across the board? I know that buying electric off of a coal-fired plant may be night and day to buying electric off of hydro. So a debate that. And then as these power purchase agreements are made, and based off of the market, you know. That story really needs to be brought to the council so we understand. Because the way I see a power purchase agreement is that agreement is made to a power company, power provider, that you're going to buy a certain amount of electricity through a certain time frame at a certain rate. And those power purchase agreements, you know, it's probably something that we want to see what NTUA buys their power amount for from hydro. Current agreement. It's what is the rate? And there's a breakdown on top of what is added when it gets to the person's bill at the end of the month. You know, what determines how many kilowatts, whatever that price amount, determining, it's measured by kilowatt hours. And what, you utilize the 1 kilowatt, there's a number of, your electric is priced at that rate. So whatever that rate determined for that kilowatt, and the person uses maybe, maybe 100 kilowatts. You times that number times 100. That's what your kilowatt rate is charged to the NAMO customer. But when you buy the power here, however many kilowatt you buy there into a purchase, how much kilowatt, what's the amount that's the market value that HOA purchases that, so that we can see what the determination, what the difference is. And I think it's there. That's where it's at. I usually look at that. I was moving out of my apartment in about the last 2 months. Didn't have much movement there, so my usage was very, very low. I think that at the end of the month, my bill was like $1. I don't know the last bill I got, but I mean bills that I got, but they took out of credit. But what I'm saying is that I could, get into my account and what APS charges me by kilowatt. That will tell you what the usage is, what that fee amount is. That's what I'm getting to, and I think that story, we could get that information. I know NTUA is probably going to say they can't provide that. It's an agreement between them and WAPA, whoever. But I think that we have to start looking at how the math is done from the purchasing power to when it gets to the customer, and that way we understand that portion. Maybe it's all in fairness, because Mr. Pete, I look at it as they're hired for certain duties there at NTUA. There's people above your pay grade that tells you what to do. You think that those people are really honest. Hey, what it is, your work, this is what you're going to be doing. But say if it was an elder that my son died, everybody was wondering. And then what I'm getting to is that, this form of what other measures could NTUA do to provide this information to the local so they don't have all the money in the world at NCUA. And, have the workforce there. And, I think that whoever their, public liaison to the Navajo people, or to, really needs to get this out to the Navajo people in general. Whether it's, heating up the chapter meeting, or heating up, this, or is it going to, Shiprock, New Mexico, and doing an informal, listening session on how to get customers to understand their bill. And that would clarify a lot of things. And then a lot more things will come out off of that. Just not just to billing, maybe to information such as septic system, information, call for an electrician. And I was told, there's a list, go look for one, and that's all. There's a contractor list. And I sat there, I was like, whoa, it really happened to me. And I remember saying, hey, you gave me the list, I think they have like about nine electrician lists on the list that's across the nation. And I said, which one do you guys really work with? And he doesn't know. Who understands the way the meter loop is set up? Type of box that's required 200 amp or 100 amp. Oh, I don't know. Talk to them. Go talk to them. Or stop me. And that just automatically told me that there's no customer service. And 9 days, when I was at Land Department, I managed the Western Agency office. And that was the main thing that I pushed, customer service. Breaking it down for her so she understands. Even down to a common Navajo who may check English type of thing, comprehend and break it down to so that person could comprehend it. And years ago, the Navajo Nation did a home site lease amendment. And that's because the first draft was brought up to I believe it was the 12th grade level or something like that. The draft implemented of the proposal, they didn't understand it. They had to break that thing down to 3rd grade level to get people out there to listen to when you look at the home site lease policy, it's broken down to that level. Oh, that's what I'm getting to. I'm not saying that these are. What I'm saying is they're out there like that. They're out there. They're themselves, and that just to provide that informal information, or even a septic system pumping. Even at Land Department, I could say that, if you have live in the area where you have like 4 or 5 people, get them all in the bandwagon, they can lower the cost, talk with them indirectly. Things like that. And we didn't know. And that goes the same for land survey and archaeological clearing. There's an archaeologist from Cortez that used to say, when they do a home site survey, this is what it costs us for one survey. Now, if I come in and do 5 or more, my rate is at this level. So just that basic information pertaining to water, electricity, sewer, septic. include septic system, because that's what you deal with, because if Intiway drives around and sees the septic system overflowing, automatically they'll say, we'll shut your water off, and we'll take care of it. So, or it's these kids, and like I said, I just, I got a response. Then I called another person in T-Way and I said, push electrician, Yalkin, so before you know his or her work, they will do the work to your standard, to your standard detail. Oh, Dita. It was a Navajo lady, from Western, Ohio. And there was and we got that, and hopefully, another month or so, we'll be knocking at the door in T-Way, and that's what I'm gonna be looking at, customer service. But how are they gonna, what are they gonna say to me? And I try not to go into the nesheda. There was that one point where travel program was given a home, this person, the runaround. It was a three-way call, and I was on the call. I heard everything of how the travel program provide customer service to that individual. It was rude, out in the whole thing. You go and make a request that you work with the homeowner. The Navajo dollars that you're working under, the appropriate monies to you. These monies that appropriate that pay their salary is from the Navajo people. So that's what I'm getting from. So, I hope that along those lines that try to move to try to improve it. And I think main thing is just that informal information to the general public. And then don't have a issue with them. Whether they're working at they're manning up the sewer treatment plant at the lagoon, or they're working with the water department, or they're working with the electrical. They're out there working hard trying to provide service, blackouts and things like that. But the issue here is that more direct, informal communication would shed light to this. I do understand a lot of it is the onus of the Navajo. That portion of the Navajo citizens, you have to make sure that they understand that when they apply. And the things that they when they apply for services, especially once upon a time worked for Indian Health Services, the 1-2-1 program. When we did our homeowner training, that's what I used to tell the Navajo people, that you're going to get a bill every month. Have to pay this bill. Joe wants that bill. That makes the priority. And I think just those things too would really help them. And then there's Navajos that Muslim that or they're just direct. It's just they cut all the BS over and get to this little point. And then they say, hey, they're like that because they cutting out all the mushy stuff and just want to get to the point with it. And then people was like I said, they say, hey, go ahead, take care of it. These kids. So I know your job is work is hard, but counsel then keep this kid off. That's always the reason why. I was coming in and there's a family that had an auto accident in Utah. And I went to the Arizona-Utah border and trying to shed light to how to bring her that now back into the nation. It was the person that passed on top of the issue. call around, they just hang up on them. Finally, they call me and things like that, and they get with the division director, and we need to jump on this. We know that this is an issue that we can help the customers or this family with. This family was at the Chinle Police District. What they told them. And their own investigation. Help. Now, Mr. Anderson, we know there's money out there that could help us. We just not want to. Oh yeah, we'll get on this, Mr. Stone. Hey, well, that customer service, and you have to make sure that everybody is all on the same page. Or compliance may be doing something different. Chinle or Kayenta may be working in something different, meaning get them out of those silos. You know, make it, everything is high across the board, so that if an issue can happen over here, it happens here, and they inquire on it in T-Way District or in Shiprock, it's pretty much the same. So, thank you for coming.
Speakers, so at this time, is there any other, comments, questions from RDC colleagues? Honorable person, that's 4.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of RDC, people. I think, Chase and our Muslim probably the most responsible individuals that know how to pay their bills. And even if they're on limited income, you know what our priorities are. And you have children and grandchildren take advantage of their grandparents to take their limited income, utilize their limited income, their grandparents' limited income, and then grandparents tend to not able to pay for their utility expenses. I know that. I heard from them. I know 5 or 6 grandparents, first you need to do is work with the CHR. See, I gotta pay my bills first of the month. I really commend them when I look at them. Going to NTA, energy substation, going to other where they pay their bills and get their groceries. And what money they have left, they enjoy themselves with things that they want to do, have fun. I always look at them. I sit there, being very responsible, Chase and Muslim. And sometimes things that happen throughout, when we went through COVID, you see that today. There are people that don't want to work. They don't want to work, but the jobs out there. Jobs are out there to apply, and here, as now a nation, we're begging people to apply for jobs, but nobody wants to work. Happening out throughout the world. Happening. And with all these hardships that we handed out, people are expecting that. And what NTA did, not do any type of disconnection for the last 3 years, they didn't show. Tell these, I'm not going to pay because I'm going to get disconnected. We did already. And some of these directives were given from the 24th Council to make sure that individuals don't get disconnected. Telling NTA, make sure you don't disconnect people. That went on after COVID, the Mercy was lifted. And we're at fault as leaders. We're at fault. Not being the 25th Council, the previous council that directed NTA that now we should not be disconnected, but still, you still teach people just like children. We're the parents. years. Household, we can do so much to help our children when they get into problems, but we can't keep going, paying for the apartments, paying for the vehicles. That's what we as a parent now, I'm gonna be up for instance, I do help, my little girl, she's military. But I'm not gonna keep paying for her vehicle, she has to find ways to continue paying for a vehicle. Like I said, prior to COVID, we didn't have this problem. Yeah, we had problems with our PA, or utilities are a little bit expensive. That's brought back in when I first served on the council. It's always been an issue. And like I said, I don't know if it's the chamber authorized business or not. I don't know, but again, you look at cities and towns, like Farmington, you look at that, you got probably so many miles of power line, but you got thousands and thousands of customers, and you don't have to pay so much to maintain that line. But per year, average about three people to a mile of power line. That's expensive to maintain. And that's the thing that we have to look at. Now, we don't want to maintain these lines, now every now and then it goes solar. And all that. And that's probably the way to do it. So at the same time, if NGA, if you look at the balance sheet, I mean, the financial statements right now, it probably looks terrible. Because of the $9 million or mine, it looks terrible. And I'm not an accountant, but financial statement, look at it, then why they're lacking $9 million that's outstanding out there. So we got to continue to get out of this, what we were going through this COVID period, to get our people to go back to work, encourage them to go back to work. Jobs are available on and off regulation. I mean, it's happening out throughout the world, but we have to start doing that. We need your help to come back to being employed. At the same time, yeah, we went through a lot this COVID period. It's time to go back to being normal. That benefits that were out there during the 3 years that were in COVID will not be there anymore. We're very fortunate that NTA didn't connect our people through this very, very stressful time that we have gone through this COVID. Now it's going back to normal that we have to go back to work, back to pay our bills, and this whole thing doesn't help too. The inflation doesn't help out. How do we help our normal people continue to pay their utility expenses, but they still have to have food on the table? Still have to pay to get our gas prices going back to $4 again. We try to help out our people as much as we can. But we're still in a very difficult time. And I just look at the Fed rates. I mean, the Federal Reserve again. We're very fortunate they didn't raise their rates today. Fortunate. Just imagine if that was raised again, how much impact we'll have on our NAPO people that have outstanding balances on the credit card. That's another thing. How come we don't fight with the Feds on that? Our NAPO people have credit cards because probably a good amount of balance on there, and it's just something that we don't go to the Federal Reserve. Impacting what you guys do, raising the interest rate, impacting our people. Gas prices, how come we're not we're opposing gas and oil and gas development within our United States? We're going foreign now, they control the prices, and now our people are paying for it, and not what people. How come we don't go after them, federal government? Those type of things. There's a lot of things that are impact, not the CTA, providing electricity and people behind the utilities. There's a lot of things that impact them where our people can't afford. That's the thing that's been concerning. If we're going to go after ETA in a way, let's go after all these other entities that are impacting our people, that they can't afford gas, their gasoline, they can't afford the food price. I'm going to be up front. I go to Walmart. I don't buy brand names anymore. I buy what do you call it, store brand, Great Value, I'm gonna be upfront. So I can make payments to what my bills I need to pay at the end of the month. So I have to readjust my budget. I'm limited, I'm going on to, I'm very fortunate that my mom's paid for when I travel to meetings with them. But if I had to go, if it's personal, I limit my travel, cut down my expenses, my travel expenses, but not go anywhere. I make trips to farm camp. I used to go every day when the gas brought up $2 right now. Twice a day. Twice a week. But before that was almost every day. I said twice a week. Can't afford the gas and wear and tear. There's a lot of things that are impacting. I think we all need to come together to see how we address this thing. Supply chain is another issue again. Supply chain, just the price of everything. We have family members that drive on dirt road, and their vehicles, big time wear and tear. Strike, there's strike going on now. Prices can go up on vehicles. So family now people afford vehicles again. Or now people are not will still continue buy the vehicles that are about to come apart because of the road. There's a lot of things that are impacting and how they came behind. But there should have been something in place when this whole do not disconnect during this pandemic. There should have been a plan in place by our leaders, 24 council, okay, this is how we're going to so our people will not get so much behind on their utilities. Now, after we got a COVID, supply chain, inflation, everything, it's a big impact and it's just happening everywhere. And everybody's trying to, what do I pay? What do I do? Put food on. My first priority is put food on the table for my kids, for my dad, my parents, for my grandparents. So there's a lot of impact. So I just believe with NTA too right now that we're fighting something over here, but over here I think some way we can help our Navajo people really push for pay their bills through some type of program you guys just mentioned to help out pay their bills off and try not to disconnect people, but work with them because, like I said, there's a lot of things involved, and our dollar's not worth as it used to be. Your account, right? Dollar's not worth what it used to be. And it's like saying before they was worth, I'm just going to throw this out, 75 cents, but now it's worth a quarter, and we're trying to pinch that quarter. Trying to do what we can to pay, but the most important thing is how do I get to work so I can put food on the table, those things, How do I keep my food, so my electricity, if I don't keep my food, needs to be fridge or medicine, I still need to pay for that first. That's a priority for me. But there's programs, I think there's education to be out there, what programs are available to, like I said, like I said, they're coming out now. They didn't know about this program. That's why they got disconnected. But they had certain medicine that's being refrigerated, or certain things, equipment they need to, to make sure that that pertains to your health. All the stuff. So we need that education out there how ETA can help out too. But at the same time, some way we also need to start working with payment arrangements. So we don't get that. I think that needs to be ruled out there too. And I appreciate that because I know that we had an individual in Crown Point that called me and she was $8,000 behind. But the thing is that I just call NTA and I appreciate that you guys work with her. And she made some type of payment agreement with NTA. The power line her electricity turned back on. And to the state, she's still paying those. I know she got some help finding from that program. But she still, a certain amount they pay, but it was a good large amount that the program helped out with that ETA and NHA. But she still, I believe, $1,500 or $600 for check. But she still, ETA still works with her to do some type of payment arrangement, and she's still making those payments, and her electricity's still on. So I appreciate that. Thank you. But I think all our Navajo people need to know these type of services are available from ETA and all that stuff. So. Again, I agree with my colleague. When we ask for a report and something that's very important that we need to fight for our Navajo people. And I truly believe that Mr. Haas or Mr. Coots should have been here. I totally agree with that, you know. I don't want, you know, because we have some answers from him. I know you gotta take this back to your boss to get some answers. But we'd like to see sometimes Mr. Coots or Mr. Haas here to give a presentation out there. I know Mr. Coots is usually here, probably pretty busy, so. But I don't really see Mr. Haas coming to these very important meetings that we need to discuss as almost like government to government, but these are leaders to leaders from management team. And I think that's a good way to resolve some of these issues. And sometimes you gotta take your information back to your boss. Okay, just so long. So I think to me, when RDC does request to meet with top management, I think Mr. Haas needs to be here. That would be my big recommendation. I just told support my colleagues on that. Okay. So anyway, just a comment, Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC, thank you.
Honorable Senator, for your comments. And, I'd like to go back to, Honorable Fall.
Yes, Vice Chair, we do have our honorable delegate, Mr. Curtis Ianito here as well, and I think he just has a few comments. He can go ahead and bring, the questions, Mr. Ianito. We'd like to invite you to our board meeting when we have the NQA board come, but maybe you can just share your questions for them so that they can prepare. And then I just wanted to thank everyone, for being very patient with us. I know we didn't have a lunch and we're all still sitting here hungry, nibbling at what we can find. And then also our callers on the call, thank you for joining us as well. And we're still going since this morning. And thank you to our staff. So I'd like to turn over some time to Mr. Ianito so he can ask questions. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Call. Honorable Ianito?
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a few minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Chair and members of RDC here. And yes, this is the NQA. We have a lot of concern from you guys as well. You know, we were really under the Utah Power, Rocky Mountain Power, where everybody got used to it, and once we transferred over to NQA, we started having a lot of complaints because, you know, there was a comparison, you know, on the bills. You know, I have two properties. I got one in Blandino, one in Washington, and I got one on the Navajo Nation. And so with the Navajo Nation, you know, I never been disconnected until twice now. And just like Paul says, you know, that's the first embarrassing moment in my life here. But in the public sector, you know, I've been with those guys for, you know, over 20 years. I never got any kind of complaint about disconnection or anything. And then my account system is all, you know, I'm set up with them, and here now I set it up, and I don't know what's going through expiration cards and so forth. With compared it with Rocky Mountain, I had no problems. You know, my food never got spoiled or anything like that. And the first time that happened was like I was on a meeting trip like this, and then when I came home, my house felt like something dead in it. And then I found out my food was all spoiled. And then I tried my lights, and then I got rid of that, and then I called you guys. It took a lot of, you know, hours just to contact you guys. And finally, I got it back over, I don't know, so many calls. And then I got it reconnected, and then I reset my whole automatic pay again. And then just last Friday, I came back, it was out again. And then my food was spoiled again. And then I called one of you guys, and then they told me that you guys were gonna call me back right away, but I didn't get anything. Then I tried to call back, and they said that your office hours was Monday through Thursday. And then nobody responded back to me. Then I started calling you guys Monday, here today. No response, nothing. I'm still waiting, and dry goods and so forth. But, like that, I'm getting a lot of complaints from Utah, and they want to change this because, you said, you have a PPA with the, Utah Power. And, you're tripling that cost to our customers, your customers in Utah. And that needs to stop. And then here, you guys promised us that you guys going to create solar farms like you did in Kienta, and then you have expansion as well. Those people down there are still complaining about that too. And then here, you guys developed another one in Red Mesa. That's supposed to be the one that is supposed to lower our bills, and it's not happening. And then there's another proposal for Cameron and Kaibito that you guys are proposing for, and you guys are just doing a lot of land grabs here. And I don't know how the contract is being drafted, and like Ms. Arnold So says, we need to, revisit the contract. I don't know how it's designed. And then in there, we're looking at a competition, with another company that, with Utah, they want, in order to go into competition with other companies, the first step in Utah chapters, they want to go back with Rocky Mountain. And I think that's a good solution there. That'll be a start from there. And then as far as your service, you guys don't have no communication. When you guys will be disconnecting people and when you're going to reconnect and so forth, because when Rocky Mountain, they still control that area. They'll ask, they'll actually call you. They'll call you and say, we will be disconnecting your power from this time to that time on this day. And then when they do that, they'll say, hey, we're going to turn your power back on. They'll respond back to us again like that. But as far as NQA, I don't think there's no response. And that's a really, like a underclass operation that you guys are doing there. And then as far as that, I don't know if you guys are paying tax on, and I know that you guys are under Section 17 to waive your tax. And then here, I hear that there's a waiver on your right-of-way as well. And so, like, all these things, the complaint is all, majority of all the customers that you guys are having. And I'd like to see a lot of disconnection, like customers that you disconnect, as far as numbers. And so, and RDC, I'd like to propose, for you guys to get the Rocky Mountain back onto the Utah portion, and then that's what I'd like to recommend as far as complaint goes with NQA.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito, for your comments and addressing your concerns, your community concerns. Again, we do invite you back to return. So to give NQA some time to respond.
Sure, thank you. I do agree that there are some opportunities with the connection and how our, particularly our phones are being managed. I don't know if you were here for the first part of the presentation. Unfortunately, one of the costs for the success of the NHA program, we're projecting that to be about 97 to 98% spent to assist households. Part of that cost was reallocating some of those people on the phone to manage that program. I do attribute the success to that. Unfortunately, the customer service aspect of it suffered. And so we have our contact center team now in a 3-week training because I heard some statements about customer experience. One of the things that makes that successful is having a very knowledgeable staff. And training program, so before we put someone on the phone, it's a 3-week training program, because they have to understand not just one utility, but multiple utilities. And then just even internally, there's how they have to communicate internally. It's a 3-week program that we have to equip them to answer those calls. We do have intentions to model that same training program with our face-to-face district programs. They're kind of under a different operational branch, so we are working to improve that. But really, to improve like customer experience, it does take a lot of time and it takes a lot of effort. We have brand new staff that have come in the last 2 years that have never worked in utilities. They came in the COVID area, so they've never been experienced with disconnections. So there's an even larger knowledge gap that we're having to close before we can really start addressing some of these customer service issues. But I do agree that the communication in particular is a very sore subject. And I share a lot of the same frustrations with the customer service portal as well. I don't think we're leveraging it the way we need to. My view, some of the enhancements that I want to visit next month are allowing customers to create their own payment arrangements through the portal, allowing them to defer their due date. So like my phone or my insurance now, if let's say I don't get paid for another 2 weeks, but it's due tomorrow, the ability to extend that due date, the ability to request reconnections through the portal. So there are a lot of enhancements that I think are not leveraged in the portal with just how it was rolled out. So I do share your frustration with that, because there are elements of that I'm not happy with personally. Regarding RMP, back at the end of 2018, I think is when we had adopted that service area. Around 1,200 customers, I think is what that was. They have been and they continue to be on RMP rates. So even though they're billed with an NTUA invoice, in the background, how their bills are calculated match RMP rates. What we saw when we took over that service area was the infrastructure wasn't maintained. There was very old, the old manual cyclone meters, because there's ways to manipulate those so they don't register as accurately. And those were some of the effects that we've seen. But for RMP, that customer base still maintains RMP rates. And then solar, I think Red Mesa was up. It's been up, is it March or April? April. So it's still been, it's still fairly new. But the intention was to, with the loss of NGS, the intention for solar is to supplement what we've lost there. It's a little too early, I think, to see how it's going to play into the rates, because I think there was a question about how that was calculated. What will typically happen is there's a third party that will look at all of our operation costs. So what it costs us to maintain our infrastructure, what it costs for administration, for the customer support. They factor in all of those costs, look at our revenue, and then they're the ones who will propose a new rate. They will typically do it by rate class, so they'll look at commercial customers, residential customers, irrigation. So it's a third party that does that analysis. They look at all our revenue and our expenses. Based on that, they'll make a recommendation. That will then go to the board, who will say, yes or no. If they do decide to move forward with it, that's when there's a series of public meetings that will ensue. So the public is always made aware before we make those rate changes. And that would be correct, because we haven't done an electric rate change, I think, since 2007, 2008. The increase is that pass-through cost. And the only way really to the only way to really adjust that, would have to be built back into the rate. Then we would see the rate increase for sure, but all that analysis is done by a third party, recommended to the board, and then they make the decision of whether or not to move forward with it. If we do decide to move forward, it goes out for public comment, so there's still, some opportunity there for us to understand, and address any, concerns, but before they're actually implemented. But yes, and I do agree with the communication, that's been one of one of the sore points for us. We've tried to manage it and leverage it in different ways. We've extended our call queue to include the district, but there we come back with the face-to-face interaction that comes in. We've opened up some of the other channels, even with the portal, to allow for email communication. There's a function there, but again, that requires someone to staff that and monitor that. We've made some adjustments to our IVR to allow customers through the phone to dial directly to the district. That wasn't in place before. So we have been modifying this, since March to try to address this. The biggest issue for us, though, has been staffing. And right now we have 24 people in our contact center training. So by October 9th, those agents will resume ownership of that call queue. So we are expecting that pain point will be lessened. Anything you wanted to add? With the solar in particular, and the land.
Vice Chair, and RDC members, just a comment made about the right-of-way. And RDC had a work session at the end of August. A lot of those right-of-ways that are for the benefit of the community, they're not charged a right-of-way fee. So that applies to like the power line extensions, the water lines, any of the utility lines. So that's what was my understanding. So I just wanted to make that response based on the RDC work session with BIA and natural resources. And so, that anything that's for the benefit of the community, as I understood, based on that work session, there shouldn't be a right-of-way fee. So just to comment on that, and I appreciate all the comments that were made, and then the discussion about perhaps the top management being here in the subsequent discussion. That will be passed back on to NQA management. So we appreciate all your comments and suggestions and some of the experiences that you've heard from the customers. And I know that that's where the comments are coming from. What the individuals are telling you or communicating to you was shared with us today. So,发现现在就其实呢，你说然后你 so إيش وده إيش ده في النتيجة إيش خلنا لوندو أعطوا ناتفان إذا الدنيا نات بس ده أعطوا إنه هو كان كده تشني.
Ashley, for your response, your comments. Is there any other comments or questions from my RDC colleagues? Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair, members of RDC, it's just for clarification purposes, the discussion that Mr. Ashley has referenced wasn't right-of-way issue. The work session was, the two-day work session was dealing with the land user's consent, wasn't dealing with the right-of-way fee. So I just want to make that clarification.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ty. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, Mr. Ray, do you guys have anything in closing?
No, just, we do really appreciate and value the opportunity to be here and to hear what you're also hearing from the customers. I think we've established they may not be able to get to the phone system to share their frustration with us. But these are, concerns that we have been actively working on. We do endeavor to serve our communities and our customers because, you know, we do really value them, which is why we approach our work the way we do. The work ethic of the individual staff, you know, our commitment to doing things correctly and then to remediating issues. So I do thank you for the opportunity and the invitation to be here today.
Yeah, nonsense. It is true about customer service. You know, I think pretty much everywhere you go, you know, you expect customer service. When I was going to school, one of my classes, the personnel management class, that's what they talked about. And so when I came back to work with the Navajo Nation, you know, in the early '80s, I always stressed that, you know, that these are our customers. If there's an elderly person that comes in and they're at the wrong place, take them to where they need to go and tell them, can you help this person? You know, that was the class, you know, that I had taken. And so based on that class, that's what I came back with. And so in my work career, that's what I always stressed too, to my staff. You know, when I had staff, I always stressed that you need to, you know, take a minute out of your time or 2 minutes out of your time, take them to where they need to go and tell them, this is what they're here for. Can you help them? So, you know, I concur with your comments about the customer service, and we all need to have that. You know, especially when we pay for things. If we're going to buy things, we're going to take money out of our pocket and do things. You know, we expect that from the people that we're paying. So, and that's what we're talking about here. The services that's provided by the utility company, NQA as a utility company. So, you know, we'll share that again. And I know that, you know, just I've been with NQA for a little bit over a year, approximately a year and a half, and they have a, you know, new employee orientation. A new employee orientation, and I was really impressed with the orientation that I received. It's kind of like making you a stakeholder, making you an owner. You're an owner. You're an owner of this company. So don't abuse it, so to speak, you know. That was what was shared with us. You know, you're a stakeholder and then provide the people that you're providing the service to, you know, good customer service. So if that's kind of not happening out there, we may need to kind of revisit that thought that, you know, the Navajo people that are paying for utilities, they're our customers. You need to kind of treat them right. So thank you for all that input that you provided and sharing some of the experiences of the customers out there that you know, that told you about their story, and then telling us about that this afternoon here. So, thank you all for what you do, the regions that you represent, and trying to communicate that to us as an enterprise. I'd like to make that comment.
Ashley and for your closing, that closes by
Just real quick, just as another example of how, you know, just that dialogue to communicate with people out there, customers. I get this call from about every month, right here, and the other day, so what's wrong with my internet? Internet? What's wrong? Yeah, internet's down here in Shantou. What's wrong with my internet? I pay you guys, I'm very sorry I'm not the internet man, I would rather have you call in Chiwei. Yeah, aren't you the technician for the internet in our area? So somehow you have a customer that has the Chiwei technician phone number. And this customer was thinking that I was the person. What's wrong with my internet? I pay you. Yeah. I'm not the NCUA. I'm very, very sorry, but I'll go and I'll go and they have a 1-800 number. I'll try to help you get that 1-800 number. Have to things like that. So things like that happen even with the internet. I haven't get a call on the Choice Wireless phone yet, but I don't know what they're going through. But this is just examples that I get, and this is a person from Shantou that actually gave me that call, and then text also. And I was just like, oh, I'm not the internet person. So I just said, please delete my number. I'm not the internet person. It's a text Spanish. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, internet man.
I know, internet man.
Call now. Okay, so any other, closing RDC? Okay, let's go ahead and, get a roll call vote on accepting the report by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Again, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for receiving reports. Item D, Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi, okay. Now we're gonna go on to number 6, old business, item K. Is the sponsor available? Sponsor is not available. We're gonna go ahead and go to number 8, close of meeting. Any announcements? No announcements, okay, we'll go to adjournment. Honorable Simpson, he motions for adjournment at 3:17. Can I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Roll call vote.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. That concludes our meeting for today. Just a reminder, we do have a work session tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at NDOT regarding the telecommunication reg. So I'd like to see you all there. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for being on the call with us, and